Bloodlord by Celeste King. Dark Vampire Romance. Chapter 1. Raziel. My fangs elongate to pierce through the throbbing vein that pulses along the underside of the chitin, its elongated body providing an adequate enough blood flow for a meal. The thick scales along the aquatic creature usually would protect it from a predator, but even in the water, it was no match for me. Still, the scaly creature squirms in my hands as I drain it. I have to be careful not to pierce it with my claws as I hold it, or I will waste some of its blood. Or maybe I'll draw a better meal into my home with its scent. I thought I heard a lycar prowling by earlier, its screams amplified on the throbbing winds, but I'm in no mood to hunt. So the season will have to do for now. It was an easy catch since it leapt up from the spring in my cave. Maybe one of these days the species will actually evolve and learn to stay in the water. It would actually save one or two of them, but when they jump in the air, it's too tempting to swipe it out of the air. Be smarter, I murmur out loud to the dead creature. I drop its limp body back into the water, which pulls it back down into the depths. The spring is connected to the massive river that flows under our cavernous tunnels, and I know its carcass will disappear down there. Its useless meat that I tossed back will feed another beast. Sinking back onto the mossy floor, the plants pulse beneath me. Their magic sparks against my skin, and I absorb it, though it does nothing for me. I've let myself grow weaker than I care for, but I no longer find a thrill in the hunt, even with the enhanced creatures in this place. The spring bubbles at my feet, soft colors glowing among its current, and the edges of it shrink and grow, alternating between nearly closing up and opening up so far that it takes up the entire main space. I remember when we first found these caverns, this wild spawn, as we learned they are called. I was amazed with the magic here. Protheka alone made me feel alive with the magic in my veins, but here, in the center of intense magic, it felt like I was thrumming with so much strength that my skin would split open. That was when I was first made, though. Back when everything was new, and this world shocked me to my core in comparison to Earth. Even as a human, which I was when I was brought to Protheka, I could feel how even the air on this planet was different. It was more than the animals, more than the lack of buildings or other species. The very earth and wind had something that my home planet didn't. But the day that my master bit me, filling me to the brim with her venom as I drank from her, my mind nearly shattered at the pure power that flows through my veins. It was too much for a young boy to comprehend. I sigh. I am no longer a young boy, no longer newly made. In fact, I'm ancient at this point, known as an elder among the Vraken. Laughing beneath my breath, I shake my head. They look to me for wisdom when I am just like them, trying to survive as our food dwindles in this underground place where we fled. Only, I barely care enough to. If Vraken could die of natural causes, I would have a long time ago. But no matter how many times I push myself to the brink of thirst, I only lose weight in my mind. After my body kicks in, draining all the animals I can get my hands on, I'm brought back to my normal self, only to find I'm still bored. It's hard to live, even in a place where the very air pulsates with magic, when there is no end to it. The back of my throat still burns, and I know that within a matter of days, I will have to hunt down that lycar, or I'm going to black out and cause too much destruction in an attempt to feed myself. I doubt the council has much patience with me anymore. The moss feels nice under my legs as it vibrates, and I lay all the way back, staring up at the quartz croppings above me. They throb with the magic in the air, colors dancing through them, and I often suspect my magic feeds them too. Their colors shift with my mood, alternating between two, black and blue, hunger and boredom. I miss the days when I would lie here and stare up at them with wonderment, but now I just let my eyes fall shut, finding the black of the back of my eyelids as fascinating as the cave, brimming with life around me. Not even my totems, my spoils, my enchanted decorations that pointlessly sit on the shelves entertain me. I wish to fall asleep, or into the restful state that passes time by for me. but the stiffness of my limbs won't allow it. My wings ache terribly, and I need to spread them. With their massive wingspan, though, I can't do so in my cave. There are few spots in these underground caverns where I can truly stretch out my wings. The tunnels aren't constricting, but they curve and bend too much to allow me the freedom. There are some places where I could. We carved them out beneath the surface, big areas that drill into the center of the mountains we hide below, making them hollow, though the dark elves would never know that. They think their precious gods are down here. Idiots! To reach the massive clearings where those of us able to fly stretch our wings, I'd have to go to the center of the cavernous compound. Going there would mean to be around other Vraken, and I loathe that. The other creatures down here are varying shades of annoying and disgusting to me. Some are new, and while I miss the days that I felt the excitement they do, I still find it annoying to be subjected to them. But others have been around for a century or two. They know the magic of the wildspawn, and yet they are still entertained by how they can manipulate the environment as if it is a unique skill. And the ones with wings. I groan out loud. I'm tired of the cocky behavior of the rare ones with wings. When I was first made, we all had wings. The first had been blessed with wings when she was transformed by our god, Akeldama, and all those she made did too. But I've seen, as the generations have gone on, it is more and more rare, and those with wings tend to think they are overly important, as if they aren't stuck underground like the rest of us. I think I'd prefer their pompous behavior to the way they fawn over me when I do make an appearance, though. They all know that I'm one of the oldest, and it makes them freak out. I hate the way they ask me questions, peppering me with requests, and what's worse is the way the women drape themselves across me. If I feel the need to take one to my bed, I'll ask. But I don't need every unmated Vraken jumping into my cave. Making love used to be the only thing I could enjoy. That euphoric feeling would bring me back to life as I started to go numb, but now even that has grown quite boring. Feeding is the only thing that brings me back to life, and that is only because I let myself fall into a state of disrepair before eating. It's the literal feeling of coming back from the brink of death. It reminds me a lot of when I was made. That was the most alive I have ever felt, waking up no longer human. Too bad that I didn't recognize at the time that I had signed myself up for a pointless, never-ending existence. Someone raps against the door at the front of my cave, and I sigh again. I'm not going to answer it. I don't have it in me today to deal with anyone. Maybe in a few weeks. That's the only upside to living with a bunch of immortal beings. Our concept of time is so skewed that no one is overly persistent. There's no reason to be. So, it surprises me when they knock again, and again, and again, until they are full on hammering on the door, and I realize that I have to answer it, or will stay like this for days. Akeldama, help me, for these Vraken don't seem to run out of energy these days. I peel myself up off the floor, stalking across the room angrily. I don't even have a good reason to be annoyed, because what am I going to go back to? Lying on the floor and griping to myself? But criminy, I want that option. I swing the door open with a low growl. What? The Vraken on the other side is young. The circles around his eyes are only gray, but they'll darken with age. He doesn't have wings and his skin is still pale, not an icy white. I'd say he was one of the last we made, a few hundred years ago. The council has sent me to summon you, sir. They are expecting your presence. I snort. Give them my deepest apologies. It comes out like a sneer, but I can't be bothered to care as I go to slam the door in his face. But the pesky thing catches it. I snarl, getting ready to lunge at him, and maybe scare him a bit when he says something that actually stops me. It catches my attention, an unusual feeling. Brynda asked for you specifically. He licks his dry lips, and I notice what a pale shade of pink they are. He must be dying of thirst, especially as he keeps gazing at my mouth longingly. I know my lips are bright red with fresh blood. She said to promise you it's something interesting. I grit my teeth, but I have to admit I'm curious, because it is Brynda who knows me very well, and the idea of anything remotely interesting happening around here, I agree to go. Fine, I tell him. And maybe I am growing annoyingly soft in my old age, but I stalk to the spring and swipe a season from the water. Thrusting it into his hands, I snarl, "But feed yourself before we go. Your stare is irritating me."
Chapter 2. Seline. The circus tent looks even bigger here on the edge of Leondor, battling the trees for the greatest height. The stars are the perfect backdrop, outlining the bright colours of the fabric, and I know it will draw the eyes of anyone within a few miles. A thrill of excitement shoots through me. This is supposed to be our biggest show yet. We've been growing in our fame, and after weeks of peppering the city with flyers and spreading the word, with Neilmore's protection, of course, humans can't wander the streets of Leondor and not expect to be snatched by new masters. The night is finally here. Maybe I shouldn't love a life of being allowed to eat, because I'm interesting enough to sneer at, but there are worse things a woman could do on this planet. Much worse. So, I hum under my breath as I sit before my mirror, brushing out my hair and pinning it back so that the long strands don't fall in my face but cascade down my back. I've become quite adept at using the makeup Neilmore procured for me, and I twist under the soft lights of my tent, looking at my face from every angle. I've never considered myself pretty. Maybe that's the way of growing up around dark elves, but I know that the point is not to make others fawn over my beauty. No, I enjoy being striking. All the makeup and costuming highlights my alien-like features, as Neilmore calls them, especially under the harsh lights of the big tent. I use the Rogue and shimmer powder to draw out my high cheekbones, slender nose, and brighten my eyes. By the time I'm done, I look just as intended, like a literal fallen star. That's what Neilmore calls me. I am his fallen star, bright and white and shimmering. I don't mind it. It keeps me in his good graces, and we all know what happens when we fall out of those. While I'm not free under the circus, I do have more freedom than most humans do. The threat is still there, working beneath a dark elf, but he seems to be taken with me, and he probably doesn't want to do anything that would threaten to damage my voice. That would really put a damper on his show. But I do everything to keep him happy, and he rewards me for that. I even get my own tent, and the privacy of getting dressed alone. That's practically unheard of, at least here on Leondor for humans. In fact, I have a lot of luxuries in my life that others don't. I own clothes, different outfits for the show, and even in my daily life. There's jewellery, though it's reserved for my act, and I've even collected small trinkets that Neilmore bought out of my show allowance, another perk that I exclusively have, as we've travelled around Leondor. I've even visited the big continent of Oshta 1 or 2 times on business trips with Neilmore. My favourite pieces of my collection are my books, though. I can't read them. Most humans never learn to. It's being able to have them, being able to purchase items that aren't bare necessities that make me feel special, almost like I'm not a slave struggling to survive under the constant scrutiny of the dark elves. But I never truly forget that I am just that. It's all worth it, though, because I get to live out my dreams. I've heard humans talk about how they are from a long line of bakers or cooks or sculptors or painters, but none of that is really possible for them to achieve here on Protheka. I always thought that my hope to sing, to perform for large crowds, and not like they do at the underground clubs, was foolish. But my act is one of the biggest, and Neilmore constantly tells me that my reputation pulls in over half the crowd. Even a race as cruel as dark elves can appreciate the beauty of song. While I thank him for all that he has made me, I hope deep down that he will let me continue to grow. I sing the songs he tells me to, fan favourites of the audience, but I want to sing my own. I have written several melodies that need no accompaniment, and I think they'd be a big hit. I even hope to have my own show one day, one without the gut-wrenching acts that Neilmore's does. I hear that things are changing in Oshta, at least enough so that I could run my own show. There are rumours that some of the royalty there have taken human lovers, and I am certain that I could garner the right audience. But I can't just walk away from Neilmore. He'd flay me open, flip me inside out, so that he'd have better access to my nerve endings just to make my punishment more painful, and that is not an exaggeration. So I have to wait until I can be bought off, or at least spoken for, by another dark elf, one who sees my potential and would want to help me out of this circus. Laughing to myself, I shake my head. Those are in short supply on Protheka, and I should let that kind of dream go. Still, I can't help but hope that my knight in shining armor will be at the show tonight, ready to whisk me off my feet. It's the same useless dream I have every night I perform, and yet it won't die. Seline! Neilmore waltzes right into my tent, reminding me of how fragile my sense of privacy truly is. He's grinning from ear to ear, bouncing on his toes. He looks giddy. It's the biggest crowd yet, he cackles wildly. You have drawn elves from deep in the city. Again, another fit of laughter takes him as he rushes up behind me, gripping the back of my chair to observe me in the mirror. My, look at my fallen star. His smile stretches impossibly wider, to the point it looks painful. She looks good enough to eat. His jaw snaps uncomfortably close to my ear, but I don't let that show on my face. I smile back at his reflection, and his fingers tug through my hair, careful not to disturb the pins. You better behave tonight, he coos as if I've ever caused any problems. I need good reviews after the show. His hands caress down my shoulders, and I don't even stiffen. I know that Neilmore doesn't see us as sex objects like the rest of the world. No, his ideas are much worse. If you so much as hit the wrong note, he whispers in my ear, grinning still as he makes eye contact with me in the mirror, I will turn you into a harp. I pat his hand, offering him a bright smile. I know, and you know that I won't mess tonight up. The others tend to fear Neilmore, but I don't need to. I'm one of his favourites, and I know that if I did mess up, he would actually turn me into a harp, but I'm not going to. I have nothing to worry about. He could hurt me. I mean, the guy is totally unhinged. We've spread rumours about all that happened to Neilmore to make him this way, even more twisted than the average dark elf. But at the end of the day, we don't know what really happened to him. All I know is he gets off on public humiliation and mutilation, and I do everything I can to stay on his good side. I can't say the same for everyone at the circus, though. We all learned firsthand how easily Neilmore loses his temper, and when he flies off the handle, there is no stopping him. Like with the poor guy that I met my second week here, he was part of the beginner acts, nothing major. Honestly, I can't even remember what he used to do, but I do know that we all saw him trip as he was coming out of the spotlight. And that night, Neilmore gathered us all around to berate him. I cringed when he hit, and yelled and threatened him. But when he said that he would turn the man into a footstool, since he clearly couldn't stay steady on his own 2 feet and would be a better use as a prop for Neilmore, I didn't truly believe him. I don't think anyone did, really. But then, with the flick of his fingers, Neilmore snapped the man in half. We all watched as his body cracked and bent, crumpling down until it was impossibly small. Those sounds have never left me. Not the screams or the sounds of ripping skin and snapping bones. It still makes me nauseous to this day, no matter how many times I witness it. He did make that guy into a footstool. He twisted him down into a small one with 4 legs, no eyes or mouth or anything, though anyone can tell it isn't an ordinary footstool. For one, it is still made of skin. His flesh is stretched over his newly configured bones, and I'm pretty sure that poor guy is still sentient in there. The footstool moves and wobbles on its own, like Neilmore has somehow managed to keep him alive without food and water. 13 help us when the other dark elves learn that secret. There will be no escape through death then. So when Neilmore says he will turn me into a harp, I have no doubt of his capabilities. I don't question if he has the motives or the sick imagination for it. I just have to lean into the hope that my act and all that it provides is enough to keep me safe. So far it has been. His hands fall off of me as he starts to mutter to himself, and I turn to watch him pace the tent, muttering beneath his breath. Oddities, the numbers, no, but star. And he keeps on like that for a few minutes, withdrawn into his mind. Like I said, something's not right about that guy. But then he stops, turning to look at me as his grin stretches across his face. Don't forget, big night, harp. And then he turns on his heel and leaves, and I laugh under my breath, even though my heart is pounding. As safe as I think I am, I can never be sure around him. On Protheka, we never know what someone is going to do.
Chapter 3. Raziel. I follow Brinda's new flavor of the month through the tunnels, as if I don't know where the council meetings are held, as if I didn't help carve out the grand cavern that they are seated in. I bite back my annoyance as we pass other Vraken, and thankfully, it is clear that I have been summoned. No one dares to stop me when I am on the council's business. My wings ache as we pass beneath the hollowed-out mountain, and I see the few Vraken taking flight there, showing off to those permanently grounded. I remember the days that we shared these gifts, back when not having wings was an oddity, and we'd carry others so they too could experience the gift of flight. Now, it is a question of why Akeldama has taken away these gifts. Many say that those on the ground belong there. As we turn the corner into the connecting cavern, one with carved tiers for an audience, I am overwhelmed by the lack of audience. Few Vraken sit on the rows before the council, awaiting their meeting. The meetings have always been public. It is one of the foundations we are built on. Transparency. The council never wanted their people to feel as if they are being kept in the dark, metaphorically, of course, and it helped to assure us all that our opinions matter. These tiers used to fill up to the brim. There would even be an overflowing crowd in the connecting dome that whispered the council's words down the line, just so everyone could be included. But I guess those were the days that I bothered to attend. Now, more and more Vraken are like me, though their apathy isn't born out of old age. No, we've learned that mixing more and more human blood with the first venom as more generations were made came with consequences. Not only are the days of winged Vraken rare, but the newer population has grown full of rage and apathy. Either they don't care, or they are ripping each other to shreds, and either way, their respect for structure has all but evaporated. To further prove my point, I realize that I know every Vraken here. Most of them I know from before, from the surface. Only the elders care anymore, and even sometimes we don't. How the council can tolerate themselves, I do not know. It's not that I don't believe in the structure that we all built. I have firm values still, and I know that if the younger ones were to destroy any of that, we would descend into chaos. That would definitely get a rise out of me. But I feel after thousands of years underground, there is little the council can say that I haven't heard. I've seen and done it all. There is little to be offered to me down here that would actually interest me. I wasn't born apathetic like them. I became it over time. I take note of my surroundings, an old habit from the war that just never fizzled out, and I spot a familiar redhead sitting in the center of the council. The other members, dull, ashen figures that have been around since our discovery of the wild spawns, flank her. Brenda has always stood out amongst them. She is fiery in personality and looks, and she makes the perfect matriarch. And I can't say she's bad in bed. Too bad we outgrew that tryst after a few hundred years. Neither of us resent the other. That's the Vraken way. We all live too long to take lifelong mates, so it doesn't really matter who we tumble in and out of bed with. It will all become meaningless, and while I can tolerate her better than most others, I can't say I harbor any feelings for her beyond that. But Brenda still remains the only one that knows me so well. She's the reason that I am here. No one else could have dragged me out of my cave like that. I trust her judgment, and if she says something is interesting, it must be. Raziel. I turned slowly, realizing that I had let my body start to relax into its mind-numbing state of pure detachment when I hear Brenda's voice. I give her my best attempt at a smile, which is only met with her blank stare. Brenda. And what is it that you think of the change of magic on the surface? She asks. It's clear now that this is what they were talking about, and she seems to be assuming I was listening. I pivot my whole body, tucking my hands behind my back as I stalk a few steps forward. My eyes are narrowed in on her. What of it? The dark elves have always had magic. Irritation flickers through her gaze. I know you felt the shift. She's right. About a week ago, if we managed to keep time correctly down here, there was a huge ripple of magic that we felt. It seemed that only the oldest Vraken noticed it, but it pulsed through Protheka, starting on the surface and driving down to its core. Whatever happened up there wasn't normal. It could have been the Dark Elves. Akeldama knows how they love to fuck around, and I've been secretly hoping they accidentally wiped out one of their own cities. Or on purpose. Either is fine with me. but it's clear that the council thinks it was worth more. I've heard the incessant tittering around the caverns. Some think it is the first returning, her power rippling across the planet. Others say it's Al-Qadama coming to bring his people back to the surface and restore us to our full glory. There are those that are hopeful, like me, thinking the Dark Elves have waged war against each other, or even one of those bestial species they created. I remember when we first were driven underground and we'd send scouts up to the surface just to see if it was safe to return. They rarely made it back. The Dark Elves liked to capture our people, exposing them in the sun and starving them until they were shriveled up into a helpless, demented, unrecognizable creature. They are as good as dead wherever they are, awaiting for a true deity to wipe them out. Unfortunately, we have to have the blessings of the gods to leave this life. But the ones who did make it back, blistered and thin, brought with them news we hadn't anticipated. The Dark Elves, without an opponent to stop them, had turned to tormenting the animals of the planets. They had used their magic to twist them until they were unrecognizable. There were green monstrosities that stalked the forests, and odd, Tara-like beasts that were sentient. At least one thing held true among every species they created. They all hated their makers. Even without us on the surface, the Dark Elves have nothing but enemies, and that brought about a feeling of victory in a way. They'd endlessly be trapped in wars and trade, while we could live down here in relative peace and prison. "Raziel," Brenda snaps, and I blink, forgetting that I am to answer her. I so rarely interact with others that I forget how easily I slip into my own mind. You are one of the few that has lived on the surface. What do you think has happened? I shrug. I don't know. Maybe those dark-skinned weasels are killing themselves. One of the council members next to Brenda snorts. That's a fool's dream. They have set a trap, and here we are, falling right into it as we contemplate going to the surface. I perk up at that, even as Brenda reprimands the council member for speaking out of turn. Going to the surface? I ask. My heart thrums with excitement, and I gasp out at the feeling, something foreign to me over the last 100 years. Brenda turns back to me with a look of exasperation. Yes, we were hoping to put an end to the useless postulating. We have approved one elder to go to the surface, and with your expertise in the war and your wings, and the lack of family to miss you when you are kidnapped, the council member sighs. Brenda slams her hand down against the desk, and it groans under her power. Her whole body is starting to vibrate, and a ghost of a grin touches my lips. No one dares to counter the matriarch, especially not publicly. "Remove her," Brenda grounds out. 2 weeks without feeding will remind you of your place in our structure. The council member doesn't respond as she rises, listening obediently to her superior. She pushed Brenda too far, and her punishment will be severely felt. 2 weeks without feeding will reduce her to the size of an adolescent. Her throat will burn continuously, and her mind will turn into a fog. But she will recover when she is allowed to hunt, and from there, she will remember her place. It is a good and just system. Once the council member is gone, Brenda turns back to me. As I was saying, we have approved one Vraken to go to the surface to investigate, and if you are interested, I have elected it to be you. When Brenda said that this would be interesting, she had not lied. Just the idea of returning to the surface sends a thrill through me, and my wings twitch at the thought of being able to fly. Truly fly. It's been centuries since I've been above ground, and I'm curious to see what's changed. More so, I'm desperate for a change of scenery, and having a true purpose again would be a blessing. So I grin, letting my wings flap a little, though they stay tucked in tight at my sides. I will be your scout. Brenda nods, but that spark of excitement is there in her eyes. She knows how much this means to me. Your mission is to gather information about the surface, to detect if there has been a change that we must know about, and report back. A shiver chases through me as she says with finality, "You have 1 week."
Chapter 4. Seline. When I first started as a performer, my stomach would be in knots the entire night, before, during, and even after my performance. But tonight, as I listen to the hum of the audience in the big tent, I feel nothing but excitement. I'm eager to get in there and perform. Many of them are here for me, after all. My act is always toward the end, though, so I have to stay hidden behind the curtain with some of the other performers. From here we can't be seen, or see anything, but I listen as each act is introduced to see what kind of crowd we have tonight. Our acts are always in the same order, so I know where the high points are of each act. Sometimes the crowds are tough, and if they fall silent where they should be cheering, I know there will be punishment. But tonight, they scream at everything. Every act introduced seems to thrill them, and I'm grinning from ear to ear, all too happy to see how Neilmore will reward me after they praise mine. "Ladies and gentle elves," Neilmore calls over the roar of the crowd, still reeling from the acrobatic act. They are incredible, the four of them, and that would be because Neilmore placed a fog over their mind. They feel no fear, and that makes for a great act, though we constantly have to replace those in it. They break easily when they feel no need to protect themselves. Please give a warm Leandor welcome to the Parade of Freaks. The freak show is one of our biggest attractions. The elves here love it, but this crowd is freaking out. It's always the same group that is pushed out onto stage. There's the woman who moved too slow for Neilmore's liking, and she is now a self-pedaling unicycle. Her bones had been snapped and bent to form the spokes, her skin stretched out over the whole piece so that it is solid black. There are even pedals and a seat, and sometimes Neilmore rides her. Then, there is the animated ball and hoop, a set of twins. Neilmore enchanted the hoop so that it is unable to touch the ground, unable to rest after the twin fell asleep while waiting backstage. Her brother was just unluckily too close, and now they perform a set of series where he bounces around and through the hoop, which twists and flips without ever being touched. Next, there is a weird version of an ecu, a young boy who complained about the walking we had to do between shows once. Now he pulls the carts, but he doesn't look like an ecu. He is all skin, and it's clear that he was once human with overly stretched out legs and an elongated face. Nothing about him looks right, and neither does his rider, a humanoid ecu. The poor thing is in a constant fog of pain, its limbs contracted and its face smooshed. It doesn't react when Neilmore binds its hooves to the saddle horn, at least not anymore, and he makes the two ride through a series of harsh jumps and even sets the hoop, the sentient one, on fire for them to jump through. When it's all said and done, he goes out himself, having a little comedy act with his footstool. He teases it, coaxing it to dance around for the audience, and then he climbs on top the flesh-covered stool and takes a bow. It used to disgust me when I first saw it, but at this point, I'm numb to it. It's a part of the act, and the dark elves love it. These more so than others as they call out to the objects, taunting the humans that probably can still hear them. Put to good use, huh? Wish I could teach my human to move that fast. Maybe I need Neilmore to make a home visit. Dance, you disgusting creature! Remind us why we keep you alive. They shout and jeer and laugh, and thuds echo backstage as they toss items at the freaks, howling at the way they try to dodge them. The crowd only grows more manic when one manages to actually hit, or even better, knock over one of the people-turned objects. Through the partition to my right, I hear the other performers grumbling. Some complain about Neilmore's profits off their hard work. Others gripe that they deserve more of the applause, since these oddities aren't really doing anything. One thing is consistent through all of their opinions. I'm not worth Neilmore's attention. I've had a target on me for a long time for being Neilmore's favourite, and it's one of the reasons he always keeps me separate. The 13 only knows what would happen to me if Neilmore stepped away, leaving us truly alone. Usually they ignore me, knowing that incurring Neilmore's wrath isn't worth it. It's better to let go of anger than become a flaming skin hoop. But others, usually the newer ones that haven't learned their place, try to torment and humiliate me. I've had costumes destroyed, skin-irritating herbs ground into my makeup, and enchanted combs switched out with mine that burned my locks to odd lengths. In the end, I avoid everyone else. It's easier than letting Neilmore get involved. Well, everyone but Aaron. He is our invincible man. When Aaron was a kid growing up in Leandor, one of his masters lit him on fire, laughing as they watched him try to put out the enchanted flames. He survived it, but his nerve endings had been fried, and now he doesn't register pain. He says that it's a silver lining because, although his act is just Neilmore mutilating him and twisting him before the crowd, he can't feel it like everyone else can. At least he's not one of the freak show. Or that's what he used to say, but his attitude has started to turn sour as of late. Just as I hear Neilmore enter the big top with his footstool bit, the partition pushes open behind me. I sigh, turning to face whoever has come to try and shake me up before my act, but I relax when I see Aaron. "You did great tonight," I tell him, not oblivious to the way his eyes rake down my body. He shakes his head. "Seline, you are always so stunning. Is this outfit new?" I nod, giving him a slight shake of my hips that make his eyes widen. The fringe that hangs from my waist shakes with my body, catching the light, and I dazzle like a star. It is. His big brown eyes move back up to look at me, and he takes a step forward, reaching for my hand. I let him take it, knowing that Aaron is never a threat to me. He's really the only friend I have in the circus, and while that's as deep as it goes for me, it's clear he has a soft spot. Some even say he's in love with me. I don't pay that any mind. I enjoy the companionship with Aaron, but he and I don't agree on our life's paths. And I can feel the question coming before he even asks it. "Seline, run away with me." I offer him a smile, though I feel exasperated that he is on this again. "Aaron, I am about to go on." He shakes his head. "I can't do this anymore. I can't let this be all that my life is. Do you know what he does to me out there? We need to get out of here before he notices that we're missing. With the audience watching, he won't be able to hunt us down immediately. It'll give us time to escape." I sigh. Aaron has done this almost every performance night lately. I hate that his role is something he's been forced into, that Neilmore is exploiting his pain and traumatic experiences. But that is not me. I love to sing, to perform, and I have no intentions of leaving the circus, which I've told Aaron time and time again. Neilmore saves me just in time, as the lights above start to dim, shifting around to flicker strobes of spotlights as his voice grows. And now, a voice from the 13 themselves, ladies and gentle elves, the fallen star. But Aaron is rather persistent tonight. He won't stop, even as I take a step back, sliding my hand from his grasp. "Seline, think about it. The fallen star and the invincible man. We could have our own show away from that deranged lunatic. We could go anywhere, do anything." My hand parts the curtain before me, building suspense for the audience as I shake my head at Aaron. My gaze isn't unsympathetic as I tell him, "I can't, Aaron. I belong here. But I hope that you make it to wherever you are going. Truly, I wish you the best." And with his enraged face going slack at my words, I turn away. I know he's hurt and angry, but he will be okay. Maybe one of these days he will understand that I won't change my mind. The music swells as I step out under the dazzling lights, and the floating orbs zone in on my location, highlighting my body from every angle as I walk to the centre stage. Neilmore bows as he slowly backs away, leaving me alone to command my audience. I wave as they all comment on my appearance, and I catch snippets of the conversations. "She's the one I've heard about. I hope it's worth it. She's a tiny thing. I wonder why Neilmore can't find a better use for her. A singer? We have elves that can do just that." But as the music swells around me, they all fall silent, and I give them a spin, loving the way my bodysuit hugs my figure. The stockings have small gems sewn into them, as does the bodysuit, and the fringe is like its own mini-lights. Beneath Neilmore's orbs, I am dazzling, and as I complete a full circle, I know I have the audience entranced. They've never seen anything like me. But it is nothing compared to when I start to sing, stunning the dark elves with a voice unlike anything on Liandor.
Chapter 5. Raziel. Standing at the mouth of the caverns, a rush of excitement goes through me. Staring at the portal, the only indication I'm given is the slight shimmer in the air. I remember when we first wandered through it. It was completely accidental. We had felt the strong pull to a forest where magic seemed to flow more naturally, and when one of the Rocken ducked into a cave, she completely disappeared. Hours later, she came back out telling us of connected tunnels that flowed easily with magic, and that it would be the perfect place to escape from the Dark Elves, since the portal was inside a cave that looked rather unassuming. The humans with us couldn't feel the power emanating from the cave, and we wondered if the Dark Elves would even be able to, if they tracked us to this forest. We later learned that the Dark Elves could and would find the portal, stumbling upon it accidentally like us, but we quickly solved that problem. It didn't take long for them to remember why we are so formidable, especially against one or two of them. Either way, it provided us with a boost of magic and a place to hide in plain sight. None of us fully understand it. It's not like the portal goes to another world. It's more like it pushes us through a veil to an intensely magical place on Protheka, and it seems that only our bodies can absorb the power. Some wonder if it's the same power that changed the first, gifted to us by Akeldama. I haven't bothered to give it thought in thousands of years. But now, as I stand here, I am in awe of the beauty and simplicity once again. An underground system that only the most magical creatures can survive, buried just beneath the surface. 1 week, Brenda reminds me. I nod, trying to hide my thrilling excitement, but there is no use. I can't bury it, so all I answer is, 1 week. And when I take that step forward, my foot hitting the rocky floor of a different cavern, I finally feel alive. I know this cave. It's the last thing I saw of the surface, and as I approach the mouth of it, I see the forest. I'm above ground again. To my relief, when I look up, the sky is dark. It is night, and the wide expanse above me is dotted with bright stars. I hit my knees, leaning back to soak it in. For so long, everywhere I looked was rock. But here, the air is cool, a breeze brushing past me. It makes me realize how stale our air is, how our breezes aren't real, because this is exquisite, crisp and full of scents I don't know. My wings unfurl of their own violation, and with one powerful push, I am off the ground. I let out a satisfied groan as I rise above the treetops, looking out across the small island surrounded by water. It feels good to fly, to really fly, not make small circles in an underground cavern. And it's made better by the shimmering leaves and twitching vines beneath me. The sky and moon are above me like old friends, and I'm tempted to beat my wings, climbing as high as I can manage just to touch them. I'm back, I tell the sky, and the stars seem to twinkle in response. But then I see something that strikes even more curiosity in me. Across the water there are bright lights, and I can taste unknown scents on the air. I need to know more. Some of the terrain comes filtering back to me as I fly low, skimming along the water. I love the salty sea air that sprays my face and slicks back my long hair. But more of it is new. I don't know the city before me. The island had been barren before, but it seems to be thriving with dark elves and other creatures. I'm going to find out everything I can about it. A genuine smile creeps onto my face as my wings strain to keep me in the air. It's been too long since I've used them properly, and now I am overexerting myself. But I can't be bothered to stop. No, the feeling of the wind beating around me is awakening parts of me that have been dormant for so long. I thought they were gone entirely. I don't know what to make of the adrenaline pumping through my veins or the excitement in my core. Other things come flitting forward in jolts, hitting me hard in my chest, and it's been centuries since I even knew the name for them. Some of them I can't even place, and that too excites me, not to know everything. The day that I lost the sense of discovery was the day I was a dead man walking, and now I have been resurrected. I crest the shore of the island, but I'm not ready to land. Instead, I dart between the trees, giving my wings a break as my feet slam into the ground. A cry escapes me as I tear between the trunks, ducking under limbs and leaping over logs. I haven't ran in even longer than I've flown, and using my reflexes like this to move out of the way before I even notice the danger, Makes me feel like myself again. I push myself until I'm gasping for breath, a hard thing to make a Vraken do, and I skitter to a stop at the edge of the tree line. From the top of this hill, I see the lights of the city more clearly, the nightlife in full swing. Emotions and physical cues that I don't know wash over me, and I welcome them, throwing my arms out and tipping my back. I want to scream out with joy, and I realize in this moment that I can't go back to being an underground creature. The council is expecting me back in a week's time, but I'm sure I can push it a little longer if I want to, and there has never been anything I've wanted more. Maybe I'll find a reason to stay here, to escape the Vraken and all that I loathe of the underground. My body starts to calm down, no longer pushed to the brink of excursion or overflowing with adrenaline, and I finally get a clear head. I remember my purpose, and I beat my wings to help me float up, just a little. I already have a good vantage point from this hill that overlooks the city, but I can see more as I fly up above the trees. From the ground, I could make out the edge of the city, but as I fly, I catch a scent of excitement, and it's not my own. I follow it, feeding more and more off the wind as it tells me of what I'm approaching. There's eagerness and amusement, and I'm pretty sure that just outside of the city, I can make out lights where all of this is coming from. There appears to be a big gathering there, and then I'm hit with something painfully familiar. It's an old smell, almost triggering a memory of the days before I was made, and curiosity pulls me in closer. "What is that?" I murmur, stalking closer. The lights turn out to be massive tents, and I land on the limb of a massive tree up above it. I don't understand what I'm staring down at. It's not something I've seen as a Vraken. But a word comes to me, something so distant that I nearly think it's from Earth. But I can't possibly remember anything from then. The change made me forget nearly all I was before. But there's the word, nagging at the edge of my mind. Circus. As the wind blows by, the familiar scent grows stronger, pulling at me. It's enticing, making me want to come closer, and I am desperate to know why I feel compelled to find its source. The more I lean into it, the more I feel it drawing to a deep, instinctual place. It's so strong that I'm almost concerned, and I remember what that one council member said. It's a trap set by the Dark Elves to capture the Vraken. Could this be it? Could they be luring me out here? I can smell them here too, and loathing battles for my attention against that deep need to find the source of the scent. I want nothing more than to rip through that tent, slaughtering as many Dark Elves as I can before stealing away whatever calls to me. But I restrain myself. I'm already feeling overwhelmed with all the sights and sounds and smells from this high up. If I dive in there, my brain will be overwhelmed, my senses useless. Instead, I try to focus on one thing, identifying that alluring scent. But I have a hard time picking through all the sensory input to isolate it. That is until a soft instrumental reaches my ears. I cock my head, listening intensely, and a soft voice joins in. It's so melodical, so soft as it weaves a haunting tale through song, and it clears my mind. I am shaken to my core by the sound, forgetting what my purpose is here. I forget to stay far away, to take in the necessary information or to go into the city. No, I am drawn by the song, and without thinking, I leap from treetop to treetop in a desperate attempt to find the source. I finally realize it's the biggest tent in the center that houses the music, and I land on a heavy branch, prowling out to its end to peer down into the tent. It's a human. She is like a star herself, dazzling, bright, and so pale. Her features are striking, and she's impossible to look away from as the light catches her from every angle. I remember when we had humans, even a little of when I was one, and she is nothing like them or me. She is mesmerizing, captivating her crowd as she floats across the stage, seemingly oblivious to all that watch her. This human is the embodiment of all that I wish I had in my life. Beauty, innocence, mystery. I have to have her. "You will be mine," I whisper, and I will do anything it takes to make that true.
Chapter 6. Seline. I hold out the last note, letting it softly decrescendo so that it fades out with the music, and just as the last measure plays out, the audience leaps to their feet. It's a rare moment for dark elves to whistle and clap for a human, not menacingly or jokingly, but to truly appreciate their talents. And I live for this moment. The smattering of applause fills me with life, and I swell with pride beneath their praise. Warmth floods me from the joy, and my smile is so wide that my cheeks hurt. I had promised Neilmore I would do well, but I have never received a reaction like this. He was right when he said that many of them had come for me, and those that didn't weren't disappointed either. My eyes wander over the crowd as I take it all in, and that kernel of hope in my heart throbs. Even as I try to squash it down, I can't help but wonder if my knight in shining armour is in the crowd tonight. Maybe he was so taken with my voice he'll take me out of here and give me a real platform, not like what Aaron is talking about, a life on the run. He is foolish to think I can perform if I leave Neilmore like that, but if I am bought out of the circus, I could grow. Maybe even on the other continents. And maybe I want someone to love me too. Neilmore has a soft spot for me, but he's unhinged. He is nothing like the man who would give me a stage just to see me happy, to love me and protect me so that I could live a good life. Is that really so much to ask for? But as I scan the audience, no one stands out to me. Their looks of lust, and even a little admiration, fill me to the brim with pride. But none of them look at me with hope or kindness or desire, not for my heart at least. So, when Neilmore comes out to thank the crowd on my behalf, I offer them a little curtsy and twirl off stage, pushing them into an uproar. They continue on as Neilmore bids them a good night, and the cheers only start to diminish as he follows me off stage, though they do not fade away entirely. Neilmore's arm drops down around my shoulders, and he squeezes me tight. "You did great tonight, my little star." He snaps his fingers, and the curtains fly open. Absolutely stunning. "Thank you," I answer back, but I don't think he even hears me. "Not that you wouldn't make a beautiful harp." He laughs out, throwing his head back and howling like he just told the funniest joke ever heard. "But I think I'll keep you in this form." We walk through where the other performers are, and he slams his heel into the ground. A low ring of fire tracks around us, and he spins me around, gasping at the way the fire lights up my dress. "Stunning!" With another stamp of his foot, the flames lick lower and turn blue. "Look what I created!" I take it all with a soft giggle, knowing that as wild as Neilmore is, he truly is pleased, and to please him is to survive. Besides, I am well rewarded when he is, and tonight's show's success will likely land on my shoulders in his eyes. But to the others, I am a pest. They see me as someone who steals all the credit that I haven't earned, when I am the only one with any true talent. I don't wish for them to undergo such cruel punishment from the ringmaster, but just like them, I didn't ask for this role. I was just lucky enough to fall into it. Neilmore continues spouting about how I will bring in dozens more shows, and how everyone should be grateful to me. And then, in typical Neilmore fashion, he abruptly stops, the smile falling from his face as he glares around the circle that has gathered around us. "Well, what are you all staring at? Do you want to lose those eyes? Maybe become a pair of spectacles to be passed around the crowd, huh? Get to cleaning." He storms off, annoyed that the circus is not packed the second the thought occurs to him. This is how every night ends. I swear I'm around Neilmore so much that I can decipher his thoughts better than he can, and we all pitch in, even as the others grumble. The nightly clean-up is so well ingrained in all of us that we are able to finish in under half an hour, all the ropes tied up, the fabrics folded and packed onto the cart, and all of our acts' props stacked beside the wagon. Most of the other circus members talk about wandering off to find a bottle or two to get through. Sometimes they even bring the freak show along just to give them some company. All of them together can pull a few bottles of elven wine, and that should give them a good night. But none of them extend the invitation toward me. I don't expect them to. I know better than to think that any of them would want me there. In fact, I'd probably turn them down out of fear of it being laced or being framed for something that would upset Neilmore. So, it's a good thing as they wander off toward the edge of the woods, and I go toward my tent. Neilmore doesn't care if they get wasted out there. "As long as you can work, the rest is not my problem," he always says, "and if you don't return, you better be dead, or you'll wish you were. Knowing how everyone feels about me, I'd probably be strung up to a tree until I was late for rehearsal, and Neilmore would truly transform me into a harp when I had done nothing wrong. I shake my head, pushing away all the thoughts. It doesn't matter, I remind myself. You have luxuries they don't. It's better to be lonely than broken and starved. But then someone slams into me. I stumble, catching myself against one of the carts, and I turn to find Aaron leering at me. A mostly empty bottle hangs from his hand, and he staggers as he comes closer. He drops the bottle and it shatters against the ground, pulling his attention for a second. But then he looks back up at me with a malicious smile, slurring out, "Pity." His hands slam into the cart on either side of my body, and I realise that I am trapped. There is no one around to help me, not that they would if they were here, and based on his behaviour and the smell rolling off of Aaron, he's drunk. I can tell from his hateful glare that he's still angry that I rejected him earlier. It's not the first time, but it seems that this one really stung him if he has come after me like this. "This is the life you'd choose over me," he growls. "Why? Are you some dark elf slave? Have you tricked Neilmore into believing your voice is a good enough act by sleeping with him after hours?" I shiver as he leans in close, breathing in my scent along my neck. "Aaron," I whimper out, and he sighs. I let out a sharp scream as he lunges for me, and I scramble backwards, halfway falling between him and the cart as I try to get away. I throw my hands up, trying to protect myself, but then a thud and a grunt are the only things I hear. Nothing touches me, and I realise after a beat that there is nothing that should have kept Aaron off of me. I drop my hands, opening my eyes, and my jaw drops open. Thick, black wings encircle me, and before me is the muscular back that they are attached to. I've never seen anything like it. The figure before me would almost look human if not for the wings as he straightens up, using his wings to block me from Aaron's view. I push up into a crouch, curious to see what is going on, and then I hear a sound that is all too familiar, the slicing of skin. "Hey man, we can work this out," Aaron gasps out. "I wasn't going to touch her, I swear." His words are cut off in a sharp gurgle, and I'm all too familiar with what it sounds like when blood splatters against dry grass. I don't need to see Aaron to know that his body slams into the ground, lifeless. I can't piece together what I'm staring at, not the creature before me or the wings, or even that Aaron is dead despite not being able to see him. How did my best performance night turn into this? Shock ripples across my body, and suddenly I feel sick. I can't make sense of it, and I'm starting to freak out. If this creature just lands out of nowhere and slices open the first person it sees, what is it going to do to me? I should be screaming. I should be trying to tell someone that a beast has infiltrated our circus, that I am being kidnapped. Neilmore wouldn't let me go easily, and if I could just shout loud enough, he might still be sober enough to help me. But the cry comes out a soft gurgle, and my knees go weak. "No!" I whimper as my body gives out on me, and as the wings flex around me, impossibly large wings, my mind gives up trying to comprehend. I faint, the world falling black instantly.
Chapter 7. Raziel. Thanks to the crowded tree line, I never lost sight of my new interest. I bounced from branch to branch, eluding humans and dark elves alike. She, Seline, the ringmaster had called her, had no idea that I was following her the whole time. And she was lucky I was. As the others split away, I considered if I should actually reveal myself to her. It was the perfect opportunity to take her, with no one being around. I'd avoid any sign that I had been here. But then that drunken idiot had stumbled up to her, pinning her against the cart and threatening her. I couldn't stand for that. It wasn't even a conscious decision. As soon as her voice reached me, panic laced on the shriek, I dropped down between them. I didn't think as I grabbed the fool who thought he could hurt her. It was purely instinctual when I ripped his throat clean out, and his body dropped onto the dry grass. It was rage that moved my body, that told me what to do. And honestly, I wasn't satiated with just that. I would have rather taken my time with him, flaying him open until he died from the sheer pain of his skin being peeled away. And then I would have drank his blood, giving his life an actual purpose. But I had been hasty in his death, and before I can drink what I have rightfully earned, a soft thud behind me clears my mind. I still, my fangs digging into my lower lip as I stare down at the boy's limp form, but the harsh gasps coming from Seline are more important to me. Spinning around, I find she has collapsed, and my heart squeezes painfully as I take in her limp form. "No!" I cry out, worried that something has happened to her. "No, I'm going to save you. I know I have to get her out of here. She's not safe with any of these people. Not safe under a dark elf." I wrinkle my nose at just the thought of him being near her, and crouching down, I scoop her up against my chest. For just a second, I marvel at her sharp features this close up. She's even more beautiful than I originally thought, and she fits so well in my arms that I could weep. I want to hold her there for the rest of my life. Without thinking too much, I push up off the ground, my wings spreading and pushing us up into the night sky before anyone has seen what I've done. I barely remember to glamour myself, knowing that I cannot be caught on the surface just yet, as I fly overhead. My eyes keep darting down, soaking in Celine's every feature. I should be checking the ground, surveying what clues I've left behind that will lead back to me, but I am only focused on her. My entire body is attuned to her. "We are going to be okay," I murmur to her, her long hair flowing in the wind. "You deserved better than that place." As we pass over the sea, the breeze blows her scent into my face, and it hits me hard again. It's the scent from before, the one that felt oddly familiar, and instead of driving me crazy, it starts to clear my mind. I start to see reason. I'm supposed to be gathering information from the surface, and this is important. We had lost some humans as casualties in war, and we had assumed some had been abducted by the Dark Elves. We never thought they'd be able to withstand the torture, though. To see a human, multiple humans, shocks me to my core. Of all the things I expected to find up here, it wasn't the Dark Elves stealing and mutilating our fated prey, our gift from our god. How dare they? They've perverted our sacred creatures, beings meant to feed us and help further us, and now their inferior magic touches them. I want blood for it. I want war. I'm sure the others will too when they learn. I shake my head, trying to clear. I can't get angry right now. I fear that if my temper overtakes me, I will make too rash of decisions. But I do wonder if she knows about the shift in magic. If the Dark Elves have humans still, and those other races, what else is happening up here that we don't know about? As unlikely as it seems, I feel the humans are related to the shift. We've rockin' felt it so acutely that it must have been something we are connected to, and on Protheka, the only things we are truly connected to is the magic and the humans we brought with us. So I am led to believe that the humans have somehow created a magic shift that reached the world's core. Clearly, Protheka is nothing as we used to know it. As we fly over the water, I spot the streaks of the pre-dawn. The sun will be rising soon, and I am in no mood to blister under its rays. I could sun glamour, though it will be difficult. It's been a long time since I've used that skill, but I suspect it will come back to me naturally, much like everything else. My main concern is the drain it will have on my power. Between the sun glamour and masking myself from the prying eyes of others, I will quickly be depleted. I will have to feed, and that means leaving Seline alone while I go to hunt, or drinking from her. Though the idea sends a pleasant shudder through me, my fangs snapping down, I shake the thought free. I can't do that to her. She knows nothing of my kind, and I fear I have already exerted her body too much. I can't do irreparable damage if she is going to be any use to me. Instead, we are going to have to find somewhere to rest for a little while, so I can let down both glamours. Maybe I'll get lucky enough for one of the animals to wander too close, and I will be able to feed. I can only run off of adrenaline for so long. We make it back to the island I emerged from just before the sun crests, and I sink to the forest's floor. The magic here is stronger than it had been across the water, and I close my eyes, letting the pulses of it guide me. I detect a wild spawn close by. It's not the same one that leads to the caves. Its magic is much weaker, but it will help replenish my magic and hide us well from others and the sun. The magic wells up in me until I feel like I'm going to burst from it, and I notice the slight sheen in the air. The wild spaunt is inside a cave, barely noticeable. I duck into it, and this portal doesn't take us to more cavernous tunnels. We are in a thriving forest, the trees and plants and rocks more alive than some vraken. They sway with the magic, and the air has a soft hum to it. It's not very big, but it will protect us. I know the dark elves don't come near the wild spawnts. It is too much magic for them to handle. The vraken are made from it, meant to feed off it, and the humans can't feel it. Somehow their normality makes them the only other creatures able to go into a wild spawn. No one should stumble upon us as we rest, and the creatures here will feed me better if I do need to hunt. I lay Seline out on the floor of the cave, the cool stone easing her hot brow. It's been so long since I've been around a human that I don't know what to do. I don't know how to help you, I whisper to her, running my cool hands down her face. She feels too warm, and I worry that something terrible is happening to her. Please, Seline, please wake up. She stirs fitfully, and I lay next to her. The back of my throat burns, and every time she twists, her scent washes over me, making it worse. It is clear that she has no energy to spare. She needs to rest, to recover from this spell, and if I were to push her too hard, I just may break her. I do remember how fragile humans are. When I was first made, they wouldn't allow me to drink from our living blood bags, saying that I didn't know my strength well enough. Instead, I was unleashed through the woods before we were driven below the surface, and I tore through everything I could find with a pulse. They were right to keep our precious cargo away from me. My hands broke bones as I greedily fed, and the humans would not have survived me. As I gained control over myself, they allowed me to siphon a little off the humans until I proved I knew where to stop. I could feed off of them without draining them, but we had a rotation. Every human had a limited amount of time to be fed off of over the course of several weeks. Overindulging would drain them as well. It seemed that even if they had blood in their bodies, it wasn't enough to keep them alive. It is that knowledge that keeps me from piercing Celine's neck. My body is so drawn to her, her scent calling me. I will wait, I promise Seline. I will wait until you wake, until you feel well again, before I show you the pleasures of Vraken can offer. I brush her hair back. Oh, Seline, the things I can offer you. Her slight whimper is nearly my undoing.
Chapter 8. Seline. The ground is cool beneath me, which should have been my first reminder that I was not in my tent. At the circus, the ground was either scratchy or hot, and the same for the few pieces of furniture I sometimes was allowed to sleep on. But it doesn't register as odd, so much as a relief. It's not until I stretch out, slowly opening my eyes and expecting to see stretched canvas above me, that I still. The roof above me is not one of a tent. I don't know what it is. I almost think it's a cave, but the quartz croppings that cover the interior makes me question it, especially when I start to notice how they pulse, different colours vibrating through them. I've never seen anything like it. I lift my head slowly, seeing the moss that cascades down the side, pulsing too. In fact, it feels like everything around me is alive. I must have hit my head or something. But as I push myself up, flickers of the night before start to flash in my mind. I remember Aaron stumbling at me, drunk, massive wings, and then nothing. Groaning softly, my eyes sweep what is a cave, albeit a very strange one. It's all rock with an open mouth that seems to lead out into a forest, but the flashing quartz and moving moss covers every surface. My body trembles as it struggles against the intensity of the charged elements. I don't remember this cave. I don't remember ever leaving the circus, in fact. Digging in my memory, another one surfaces. Aaron's dead. I press the back of my hand to my mouth, muffling a soft cry. Aaron's dead because of some winged creature, and then I passed out. And now, I don't know where I am. Shaking my head, tears start to prick at my eyes. No, this isn't good. A small part of me wants to bolt. I see my escape right there, and even though I have no idea where I am certain that running through the woods is better than sitting prey. But even if I go back to the circus, will Neilmore believe my story? I have to hope that his soft spot for me extends to bending the rules for me. He'll have to know that I wouldn't just disappear. Even as I think it, I feel the inclination not to move. I don't know what I could run into there, and while the winged creature did kill Aaron, I am perfectly safe. He was saving me, actually, now that I think of it. Aaron was lunging at me when he landed. Easing my shaky nerves, I sweep my eyes around the cave again, taking in my surroundings as best as I can. It's dim in here, but the quartz helps me see. The cave extends back further than I had originally recognized, and what I thought had just been dark stone is actually thick shadows. Peering at the back of the cave harder, I make out the shape of a tall man with wings. He must be the one that saved me. And while I am scared and don't understand where I am, I have to hope at least that his intentions for me are good. Otherwise, wouldn't I be hurt or chained up or dead? Maybe my radar for dangerous things is skewed because of the dark elves, but the way he regards me doesn't look dangerous. "Hi," I whisper, my throat extremely dry. I try to clear it, offering him a smile. "You're the one that saved me from Aaron, right?" The man just stares at me blankly. "I didn't get a chance to thank you, but I truly appreciate what you did back there. I'd hate to know what would have happened if you hadn't stepped in." Maybe it's my imagination, but I swear his hands tighten into fists. Is he angry at me, or at what happened with Aaron? My curiosity grows more than my fear, and I lean in, wanting to get a better look at him. I have so many questions, so I take a chance. "Can you come closer? I want to see your face." Right now, I can only make out his face shape, and the light occasionally catches the glint of his eyes. "No." It's one word, but it takes me back. He has an accent I've never heard before, soft and crisp. The one syllable almost sounded musical. "Your voice," I whisper, creeping closer. "Where are you from? I've never heard anyone with an accent like that." His wings flare as I come closer, and my eyes widen. I had seen them up close last night, but to see them from this angle takes me by surprise. They're beautiful in a way, and I want to touch them. All my fear is gone as I close the distance between us, my eyes adjusting so I can see better. I'm finally able to make out his sharp features, long wavy hair and thick eyelashes. He is beautiful as a whole, and the way that he pulls back from me shows that he isn't going to hurt me. "I'm Seline," I tell him, sitting just in front of him. We've pressed so far back in the cave that he can't get away from me, and I could reach out and touch him if I wanted to. "What's your name?" I wish the quartz ran all the way back here so I could see his expression better. "I like hearing you talk," I admit. "Are your wings new? Can I see them? Who gave them to you?" I'm surprised that my own dark elf master hasn't created a human with wings yet, but yours are dark. They aren't flesh like I'd expect him to make. I stare at the tips of the wings. I can see peeking up behind his shoulders. While he terrified me at first, I've come to realize that he must be like me, from a dark elf master that made him into a human oddity. His body language shows that he's agitated, but I almost assume he is just scared of me like I was of him. As soon as I mention the dark elves, he snorts, his body tightening as he snaps out. "The dark elves could never dream of the power I have. They'll never be able to have something as beautiful as my wings." I blink, shocked by this. He's saying that a dark elf didn't give him his power. "How did you get them then?" I shift up into a crouch, rising up to stand. He's been crouched, and with our height difference, we're at eye level once I stand. "Were you born with them? Are there more like you? What else can you do besides fly? How do you—" He moves so fast I don't see it. 1 second he's pressed against the cave wall, and the next he grips my shoulders, leaning over me. I tip my head back, marveling at his sharp features and gorgeous eyes. I realize that the dark circles beneath his eyes aren't shadows, and I wonder if he needs sleep. "Sit," he instructs, pushing down on me so that I buckle under his weight. He joins me on the cave floor, shaking his head. "I'll be the one to ask questions," he says. And then, his head shifts away from me as he runs his fingers through his hair. He mutters beneath his breath, and I am hanging on to every word, mesmerized by the way he forms each letter. When did humans get so mouthy and bold? What happened to a healthy amount of fear? Stupid dark elves probably fucked this up too. I giggle at his griping. He's so grouchy, but not in a way that is threatening. Combining that with how intriguing I find him and how he saved me, and I find myself leaning forward despite his protest to look at him closer again. The quartz behind us shifts, glowing a bright blue that sheds more light this far back, and I can see his face even more clearer. Before I was able to make out individual features, but now I can see his face bathed in the light. He is unbelievably gorgeous. Not just his eyes or the thick eyelashes that frame them, or his high cheekbones or deep pout. All of it combined makes him the most attractive man I've ever seen. With the wings, I can only assume that someone this handsome has to be an angel. He saved me, watching over me like the guardian I needed, and I realize he was the one I was looking for at every show. And he finally made it. "You are my guardian angel," I whisper. "I have been waiting for years for you to save me, to take me away from that place. Thank you." I expect his expression to soften or turn prideful, or even grow more annoyed. But the amusement on his face shocks me. He thinks what I'm saying is funny. He presses his hand to his mouth, trying to hide his smile, but I see it clearly. I grit my teeth, sinking back a little. It stings that he finds me amusing, not taking me seriously. He tries to recover, schooling his features into a stern mask. "I need to know what you know about the Dark Elves." My eyebrows pinch together. "Okay, well, they basically rule the world and we are their slaves." He shakes his head. "I need more than that." "What of the city I found you in?" "Oh, Leondor. We perform all around the city every few weeks. They love the circus." He huffs out an annoyed sigh. "Leondor, is it a great military base? Do they have a lot of troops?" I shrug. "I haven't seen any at the circus." "What of the other continent, Oshta?" A smile curls my lips. "Oh, it is beautiful. It's massive compared to Leandor, and I hope that we get to perform there one day." My voice grows a little smaller, as I admit. I hear the humans are treated a little better there. I hope that I will be able to sing my own songs. I write originals. But the armies, the wars, the Dark Elves' military strengths. Do you know about any of that? He probes. I scrunch up my face. No? How many battles have been lost in recent years? He presses. How many have you seen? I laugh. Battles. I hear the Dark Elves fight the Orcs and Naga a lot, but I haven't seen anything. He sinks back, looking more annoyed than ever. You know nothing of the Dark Elves' fighting capabilities, then? Shaking my head, I let out a soft laugh. I just know the circus. I mean, I know they have magic because Neilmore loses it on us sometimes, but that's all I've seen. He runs his hand down his face, muttering to himself in that soft, lilting language that seems moulded perfectly to his tongue. It must be his native language and why he has such a strong accent. I don't know what else to do to calm him, as he starts to grow more agitated, so I ask, "Do you want to hear me sing?" He pauses, turning toward me slowly, and his features notably soften. Even a smile plays on his lips, and it is heartbreakingly beautiful. I'd do anything to see his lips split into a full grin. "Yes," he says to my surprise. "I'd like that very much." A thrill shoots through me. I'm excited that I have a way to bond with him, and it is over something that I deeply love. It fills me with pride for someone to appreciate my gift, and I settle back, drawing myself up so that my diaphragm is appropriately expanded. I choose one of my favourites, one I've never sang for anyone else, and he sinks back, watching me with wonderment as I weave a tale through the sad melody. And as I hold his gaze, I feel something click inside of me. This just feels right.
Chapter 9. Raziel. Celine's voice soothes my growing agitation, and I sink back against the cave wall as I listen to her, the melody swelling in the cave. The acoustics in here complement her voice, and the quartz flows with her, weaving her tale with their magic lights. I know that I'm getting off track from my mission again, but it is very difficult around her. It has become abundantly clear that she has no information on the Dark Elves. Her world revolves around her music and that circus, and given that I am trying to find as much information as possible, I should just move on. but I can't. I am drawn to her despite her lack of knowledge. The only way I can even justify her usefulness is by saying she is human. That has taught me at least one thing about the surface, and the Council would have to understand my distraction around a human. It's been so long since any of us have been around humans, and my throat burns incessantly as I eye her pulsing artery. Her skin is so pale I can see the map of her veins, and it is driving me mad to resist her taste. What makes it worse is how attractive I find her. I've never been attracted to my prey before, but as much as she makes my fangs ache, she makes my heart melt. Oddly, it seems the two are connected, and I can't help but wonder what it would feel like to bite her as I make sweet love to her. I don't want to hurt her, and I definitely don't want to scare her, but the idea of giving her a light bite, of her blood filling my mouth, feels erotic. I try to push the thoughts away, knowing that I need to focus on my questions, but I'm so taken with her voice that I can think of only her, of how beautiful she is and sounds, of how I want to be closer to her, of how her scent draws me in. When she asked to sing for me, it caught me off guard, but I agreed. Her voice mesmerized me before, and I had wanted to revel in it. I also wanted to know what she would choose if she wasn't performing for dark elves. If she loves her music as much as she says, I wanted to see if she would give me something special, not the same song I had heard the night before. And she does. This song feels personal and deep, and it wipes all the thoughts off my mind as I take her in. It feels different as she sings for me. Maybe it's because it is for me. Her gaze is locked on me as she weaves a tale with her melodic voice, and even though she is in her dirty, day-old costume and not dazzling under bright lights, I can't take my eyes off of her. This feels more real than her covered in makeup and gems. It feels more personal, especially with just the two of us tucked away together for no one else to see. The first time I saw her perform, it was just that. A performance. She was dressed for the occasion, and she commanded that stage well. She was perfect up there, glittering beneath her spotlight. But it wasn't truly her. This is the raw, authentic Seline, when her features are allowed to be admired, not dusted in glitter to force a perspective, and she doesn't have to force a smile on her face. It makes my heart pound as I stare at her, and I can't reconcile all the reactions she's drawing out of my body. I feel protective, and like I want to hold her close to me in an intimate way. She makes me thirsty, and yet somehow complete. It's so overwhelming after thousands of years of feeling nothing, and I'm starting to grow uncomfortable under her gaze. It confuses me how she is pulling all of this out of me just by singing, and for a second, I wonder if it's purposefully. Does she know what she's doing to me? Is she manipulating me? I'm growing agitated again as I am bombarded with thoughts and emotions, and I feel like screaming. I can't manage the whirlwind inside of me, and I nearly feel like I'm drowning in it all. Yet, through all of that, I feel relief. Because even through all the negative emotions that are clouding my feelings for Seline, it's strange and even refreshing to be feeling anything at all. It's almost a reminder that I am actually alive when I have felt like a ghost of my old self for so long. Her lyrics filter into my mind, drawing me back in, and I realize what she is saying for the first time. It sounded sad at first, and maybe it is a little. Seline sings of true love in the face of everything. She weaves a tale of how it is timeless, an eternal love, and though it melts my heart, I know that it isn't real. Humans believe their love to be lifelong, following them past death because of their short mortality. To them, eternity isn't as limitless to me. To Vraken, an eternal love just isn't feasible. But for a moment, I can see how it could be. Because the way I feel about Seline is more powerful than anything I've encountered, and I could believe that this intense, raw, desperate need for her will never end. I had believed for so long that two creatures could only tolerate each other for so long. It's usually only a few thousand years, but occasionally a pair can make it a few centuries before they would inevitably drift apart. That was all that life was to me. It's all I thought it could be. But now, I think I was wrong, because as I listen to Seline sing, it feels like everything is shifting in me. The way I feel, the way I see things, all of it is being transformed by this human woman, and I wouldn't go back for anything. Her song comes to a soft end, drifting off so softly that it sounds like the wind has to carry the last note away. We sit in stunned silence after she finishes, and I find that she has affected me so much that I don't know what to do with myself. Seline stares at me expectantly, and I lick my lips, trying to find a way to tell her all that she just put me through. Instead, I murmur a soft, "Thank you," that feels all too inadequate. But her eyes widen a bit, her eyebrows pinching together, and the corners of her lips tug up. I'm tempted to lean forward and rub my thumb along her bottom lip, but I clench my hand into a fist. No one has ever thanked me for singing before. In a flash, I'm filled with rage. No one has thanked her before? She has blessed others with her gift, showing them something truly exquisite, and they took her for granted. I nearly snap out that I will hunt down every dark elf in Leondor and force them to sing her praises before killing them, but then amusement dances in her eyes, and all the breath whooshes out of me. Akeldama, what is this woman doing to me? I lose my head around her. I was more than willing to raise a city to the ground to make things right for her, and I can't do that. I can't reveal myself. I'm not even supposed to be doing this. Wasting time sitting here with her when I should be out, plotting the downfall of the dark elves and whatever magical creation they've drummed up. But Seline's smile grounds me in this moment, and I tell her gently, sharing your gift is a gift in and of itself. It should always be met with gratitude. She relaxes her small frame, her shoulders curving in as she wraps her arms around her knees. An emotion flickers over her face that I can't quite place, but she seems to be pleased with my response. I still find that I didn't say enough, but before I can praise her more, she changes the subject. I answered your questions, she says quietly, her golden eyes flicking up to look at me. A shudder chases down my body from the way her gaze licks across my skin, and I nearly miss her next words. I think you should answer one of mine. I swallow, feeling uneasy as waves of emotions pulse through me. I want to know what she's going to ask, and I'm on the verge of telling her that I will give her anything. But I know that is a dangerous thing to say, so I bite my tongue and nod. If a dark elf didn't give you your wings, how did you get them? Her eyes dart to the tips, poking up over my shoulders, and they twitch in response. Her eyes widen, and out of curiosity, I let them flare a little, which isn't much in this cave. Still, she lets out a soft gasp, and she leans forward. They intrigue her. I want to tell her. I want to tell her everything, to take her out of this cave and show her how it feels to fly. I want to show Seline everything in life she has been missing out on, because she has been with that inferior race, the Dark Elves. But I don't know if I should. Even whispering to her the name of my race could go wrong if she were to tell anyone that she met a Vraken. Any Dark Elf will immediately know that word, and it could put her in danger, and it could jeopardize my mission right now. I still don't know what I'm going to do when my week is up, but right now the reality is that she will stay above ground and I will have to go back to the Wildspawn where my race is. While that should sway me to keep my secret, it doesn't. It is so rare that I feel emotion. I don't want to clamp down on it now. So I make a rather rash decision, and I grin as my wings expand to curve around my shoulders. They were gifted to me by my god when I was made, I tell her, and her brow furrows, making my smile grow wider. I am a Vraken.
Chapter 10. Seline. I stare blankly at the man before me, his words echoing in my head. I am a Vraken. 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 No matter how many times I turn it over in my head, I can't make sense of the word. I've never heard of them, so I don't understand what that is supposed to mean. He's staring at me with this expectant grin, and to my surprise there's no disappointment in them. It's almost like he knew that I wouldn't understand. "A Vraken?" I question. He chuckles. "I suspected that you wouldn't know. If you did, you would have recognized me when we first met." I shake my head. "I don't understand. You haven't really answered any of my questions. I don't even know your name, and you're trying to tell me that you are part of some species that I've never heard of when I've spent my entire life on Protheka." His smile is honestly more breathtaking than I thought it would be, especially when the corners pull down as he tries to hide how amused he is. "My name is Raziel," he finally says. "Raziel." I like the way it feels as I say it, and he grins even wider. "And you are a Vraken?" "Yes." He seems to make sense of the question without me asking it. "Vraken are an old race that only few know now. We live below Protheka's surface." My head is spinning. "Below the surface?" "Yes, in cavernous tunnels. You see, we are beings of intense magic, even more powerful than the Dark Elves. We are the chosen people of Akeldama, led to this planet by the First, and given a truly magical place to live by our god." This guy sounds like he is speaking utter nonsense, but I hone in on one thing he said. It's the only thing that makes sense, really. "Led to this planet? So you are from another planet? Are you an alien?" Raziel reclines back, propping a hand on his bent knee as he regards me, a soft chuckle spilling out of his lips. Every noise he makes sounds musical to my ears. "No more than you." That catches me by surprise, and my mind spins. I'm growing more and more confused. None of his answers really provide any clarity. I just blink, trying to process what he's saying, but none of it makes any sense. "I'm not an alien," I finally say, deciding that he has confused me with some other creature that does live underground. "I am from Protheka. I was born in Liandor. I have lived there all my life." Again, Raziel chuckles, and my skin warms, both because it is irritating and attractive. "But where is your race from?" he asks with a suggestive arch of his thick eyebrows. I open my mouth to answer, but then stop, my jaw hanging open. I guess I always assumed we were from Protheka. I know I am. I thought my parents were, but the cocky way he waits for my answer tells me he knows the truth. I don't know," I answered defeatedly. "Most don't, though I'm sure some stories have been passed down." I lift my eyes to see his gaze is tilted up, and he has a faraway look to his expression. It's almost like he's reminiscing. "Vraken are from a planet called Earth. It's much like this, but without magic and only humans." I start at that, but he continues, his gaze drifting down to take in my astounding surprise as he continues to tell me his history, which I'm not even sure I believe. "When we were brought to Protheka, we brought a great number of humans with us. Unfortunately, the Great War broke out between us Vraken and those intolerable Dark Elves, and we were led underground." Raziel shifts forward, and my skin tingles as he stares at me. His hand twitches like he's going to touch me, and I want him to. But he clasps his fingers instead as he whispers, "I didn't know at the time we had left humans behind on the surface. I was surprised to find you up here." "There's a lot of us," I answer. "But I didn't know we used to have different masters. I thought we had always been enslaved by the Dark Elves." "Oh no." Raziel's face shifts into a mask of rage that inexplicably turns me on. Why do I love how expressive he is? "The Dark Elves don't deserve you. The humans are fated to the Vraken, and it is an abomination that they took you as they did. So there are more humans then, underground." He withdraws, and I can see the flicker of uncertainty in his eyes. "We took them with us there, yes." He draws a breath, and before I ask a follow-up question, he adds, "I'm surprised your parents didn't tell you about Earth. Isn't tradition an important thing to humans?" Though it may upset some people, it doesn't bother me as I shrug, answering, "I don't have parents." Raziel seems taken back by this, though, as he cocks his head, his voice softening. "I am sorry. I shouldn't have assumed." I wave him off. "There is nothing to be sorry for. I'm sure if I knew what it was like to have a family, I'd miss it, but I grew up without one. I can't miss something or be sad that I missed out when I don't know what it's like." He purses his lips, nodding, and I take this as an opportunity to ask another question. He's being much more forthcoming with his explanation, and although I'm not convinced he isn't just a human with a broken mind, I'm curious to learn more about him. So what is a Vraken? You're magic, you can fly. What else? Well, we're all magic, but only some of us can fly. That's interesting, and for some reason it makes me believe him more. I cock my head, staring at his wingtips. Why? I think that the newer generations aren't as pure, honestly. Before, when we were all closer generation to the first, we had wings. But as the generations have gone on, less and less have wings. Those that do are faster and stronger and better with magic. I grin. So you're one of the elite? He shrugs. I'm not without my limitations, of course. Like what? I edge closer, and the way that his eyes skate down my body, not unlike how I keep doing to him, makes the conversation feel flirtatious. Why do you want to know? He wiggles his eyebrows and I giggle. Are you afraid of me? Need to know my weakness? Though he says it teasingly, I think it is a true concern of his, so I say seriously, no, I'm curious about you. You don't have to tell me if you don't want to. He waves it away. There's a cocky air about Raziel that makes a bit more sense now that I know his wings make him special. I don't think you can use it against me anyway. I can't go in the sun. I shake my head. What? I blurt out. The concept is so ridiculous that I almost laugh. He does have porcelain white skin, so I hedge. You mean you burn easily? That taunting smile returns. You may burn easily, he teases, looking at my skin that's only a shade or two darker than his. Honestly, he's the only being I've ever met that I am darker than. But I cannot go in the sun at all. What will happen? I breathe. And for some reason, my heart starts to thunder. Raziel trails his hand over his skin. A few minutes will only blister my skin. It's painful, but it will heal. But more than that, and it will start to bust the blisters, ripping open my skin until I am nothing but open sores. 3rd-degree burns, I murmur. And he cocks his head, studying me. There's a faint recognition in his eyes as he says, exactly. I wonder if his humans have said that to him before. So, you're a night owl then, I tease, trying to lighten the mood, but in reality I feel like I'm choking. My chest squeezes painfully tight as I stare down at his arm, imagining his beautiful skin burned and blistered to such an extent just by passing through the sun's rays. I am, he replies. I nod. I guess that you finding me during the circus makes sense then. I rattle my brain, trying to think of any more questions I have, and then one of his earlier ones strikes me. You asked about my family, but you didn't tell me about yours. His eyes dart away from mine as he rubs the back of his neck. I had one. I feel a little guilty as I press. You had one? Raziel clears his throat but doesn't meet my eyes. Before, on Earth, I had one. But they didn't come with you. A tight shake of his head, and I almost don't ask the next question. Why? His head snaps to face me, and then his eyes go past my shoulder, toward the mouth of the cave. He rocks up onto his heels, shifting into a crouch before standing up, or at least as much as he can, and it's clear that I've hit a nerve. The cave isn't tall enough to accommodate his height. It will be light soon, he tells me. I need to go get you food before the sun rises, or you'll have to wait another day. He takes a few steps forward before stopping, twisting around to look at me with a hint of confusion. Humans do still eat, right? I giggle, wondering what kind of humans they have underground. Do some of them not eat? But I decide not to pester him with any more questions for now, only saying, of course we do, don't you? It was meant to be teasing, but his face falls a little. His mouth presses into a grim smile, and he mutters, You could call it that. I don't have time to ask him about that before he strides off, calling over his shoulder, Stay put, the forest is dangerous. And then he disappears out into the night, leaving me alone to contemplate all that I just learned. Honestly, I might faint again.
Chapter 11. Raziel, out of all the emotions that I haven't felt in centuries, I think guilt was the first to go. So when it comes rushing back in to hit me hard in the chest, I stumble just outside the cave. I didn't want to tell Seline those half-truths. In fact, a small part of me wanted to pour it all out to her. I wanted to talk about my family and how I could barely remember them, how it felt to come to this foreign world, what it was like to be made. I wanted to tell her everything I had forced myself to forget. I want her to know me, the real me. I want her to know more about me than anyone ever has before. But I couldn't. She's a human, and I've already told her too much. I fear that I've put her in harm's way just by taking her with me. If the Dark Elves find out this is where she has been, they will torture her for information. They will not understand her innocence like I will, and I know that she has to go back to their society. She seems to genuinely enjoy the circus and her life there. I can't take that away from her. There's also a small voice in the back of mine telling me that she is too loyal to Dark Elves to reveal so much. Who is to say that she does run back and confess everything to the ringmaster? Just the idea of this makes me sad, but it also drums up a lot of anger. I don't know that she will, but it is a strong possibility, especially if Dark Elf life is all she's known. She might be just like them. I hope she isn't, but I'm just not sure what is going to happen. I have to protect myself, and I've already put everyone at risk by telling her so much. The uncertainty makes my emotions start to swell again, and I have to shove them down. Besides, the wild spawn forest is dangerous and confusing. It's hard enough for Dark Elves to slip in and out of. Seline only survived the transition because I sheltered her from the intense pull of the magic as we went through the portal. I have nothing to worry about. She can't go anywhere without me, and she won't be able to run to her Dark Elves until I decide that is trustworthy enough to release back into her old life. As I think it, that sadness comes creeping in, and I swallow it. Wow. After so long without these emotions, I had forgotten how distracting they are. I continue through the forest, forcing myself to focus, but I don't see anything suitable for humans to eat. I have no way to cook her meat if I were to slaughter one of the beasts, and everything else here is magic-laced. Even the root vegetables would probably overwhelm her body, rendering her comatose or worse, as its effects shock her system. Grumbling, I know that I have to leave the wild spawn. It's dangerous to do so, putting myself at risk every time I resurface from our magical pockets. But I can't let her starve to death in the cave. Seline better appreciate this, I mutter, as I detect a portal up ahead. It's not the same one before, close to the cave. This one shimmers between two trees, and although they are usually easier to detect inside the wild spawns, this one nearly fools me. It must be especially weak. Stepping through, I emerge in between two trees in the normal forest. The trees here are still, the ground no longer writhing with magic. Yes, there should be some berries and roots that she can eat here. Cocking my head, I listen for any indication of life, and although I don't hear any other creatures, thank you, Akeldama, I do hear the babbling of water. I know that she will need water too, and that things grow more abundantly near water. I follow the sound, and inevitably, my brain starts to wander. There have been too many events in the last day for me to process, and they keep washing over me. I forget how immersive my thoughts can be, and all too late, I realize that I've blocked out the rest of the world. At home, it's not a problem. I forget all that's around me, and it actually keeps me sane. Here, though, as I contemplate all that I feel for Seline, and what am I going to do about her, about my mission, about this whole mess, is the wrong time to let my senses fall dull. The sharp scent of Dark Elves hits me, and I come up short. They are close, their footsteps crunching through the dry grass, and I twist around to watch them crest the hill above me. There's 5 of them. Well, that sucks, I mutter. I've been detected after all. What the fuck is that? One of them shouts to the others. The one in the middle with an angry scar down the side of his face only sneers. A Vraken. So much for trying to stay hidden. Kill him! I bark out a laugh as they launch themselves at me, raising my hand and feeling my magic flow through my veins. You forget why you never could, I tell the one closest to me, and the magic shoots from my fingertips. Where dark elf magic has always been flashy and bright, ours is nearly invisible. It's like a shimmer in the air, as it latches itself around the dark elf's neck, tightening until he collapses from lack of oxygen. "You are weak creatures," I say, as I dart forward toward my next opponent. I swipe his useless spell out of the way, clipping a tree branch and lunge for his throat. I rip it out, much like that human's, and throw it at his friend. "You are a beast from below," the one with scars growls, and I can't help but chuckle again. He thinks he's menacing. Two of them try to close in on me, and I push up in the air as they rush me, watching as they smack into each other. I slam down, one of their throats crushed beneath my heel, and I grab the other, throwing him up in the air. Trailing my fingers along the air, I leave blades of magic that he impales himself on as he falls back to the ground, seeming to float as he bleeds out. That leaves the one with a scar in front of me, and he offers me a malicious grin. "They were dead weight. I almost want to thank you." He slams the butt of his staff into the ground and lights up in flames. Fuck, I think. Fucking fire. But I'd never dishonor the 13 thanking such a monstrous invader. He starts a slow circle around me, and I can see that he won't be as foolish as his counterparts. "An invader? We colonized this world long before you. You lot are the failed experiments as your gods tried to make more of us." He feigns right, and I fall for it. So when he lunges left, the fire gouges at my side. I grab the staff with a groan, ripping it out and swiping at him. I manage to catch him in the shoulder before he can move away. Both heaving with new wounds, he swipes first. This time, the staff goes straight through my shoulder. I grab the shaft of it, leaping up to slam both of my feet into his chest, and he goes flying back, crashing into a tree. I rip the staff from my shoulder, hissing at the deep wounds and burns along my body, and I stalk toward the dark elf, now unconscious. "Fuck you," I hiss, and rip his throat out too. The birds overhead start to twitter, and I lean back to see the sky starting to streak with daylight. My magic is desperately trying to heal my body, but with fire it takes longer. I don't have enough magic to glamour. Fuck! I need to get back to the wild spawn. The magic there can boost me until I'm back to the cave, but as I start to climb the hill, the rays start to crest the horizon. I groan as my skin sizzles, and in a desperate attempt to save myself, or I may pass out in broad daylight, I grab two of the dark elves and haul them up on my back. They provide me some shade as I rush, diving into the wild spawn. I let out a sigh of relief once I make it through, restored enough for a partial glamour over my exposed face and forearms. I finally see the cave, and I drop the bodies, making a final dive into the cool darkness that awaits me. I let out a soft cry as my skin scrapes along the rocky bottom, and I tumble onto the moss, which pulses its magic into me. "Raziel!" Seline is over me in an instant, and I blink back the darkness that tries to consume me, my wounds too much for me. The magic of the wild spawn, the moss and the air trying to pump into me, helps to restore me some, but I know that I am a mess of blood and burns. "Oh gods, what do I do?" Her face is hovering over me, tears in her eyes, and I'm surprised she cares so much about me. It touches me, floors me even, and I reach up to touch her face. "Seline." A racking cough claims my body, and I have to try again. "Seline, there is something you can do, but I need you to trust me." She grasps at my hand, pressing it to her palm, and nods. "It's going to scare you," I tell her. "I trust you," she whimpers out. "I'll do whatever it takes to save you." Check out the uncut version on Kindle Unlimited.
Chapter 12. Seline. The first thing that registers with me when I wake is how sore my neck is, and I love it. Without opening my eyes, I reach up to touch it, loving the way that I can feel what Raziel has done to me even after. I can't find the holes, and I realize that they must have already healed. It seems too fast though, but I try not to overthink it too much. But when I open my eyes, finding myself pressed to his chest, I am more shocked by how healthy he looks. All of his wounds and burns are gone, and his skin is stitched together perfectly. I trail my fingers across his body, and a smug grin finds me. I did this to him. I am like his medicine, and I healed him when he looked to be beyond repair. As I look at his sleeping form, his wings draped on the floor behind him, I am more certain than ever he is my guardian angel. He's been there around every turn, and now I see how I am just as important for him as he is for me. We save each other. I've never been around someone who cares this much about me. He made me feel amazing, and he protects me so fiercely. He's more than I could have hoped for. And I am pretty sure that I am falling in love with him because of it. I decided while he was gone that I did believe him. I believe his history and everything he said about the Vraken. They must be a race of protectors, and I want to see more, learn more. I'm interested in everything about him, and I'm hoping he will let me in. My fingers are still tracing along his skin, marvelling at the hard muscles underneath there when his eyes pop open. They are a dazzling brown, which was hard to make out before in the very back of the cave, but with the brilliant day outside, I can tell better now. I only have a moment to stare at them before his arm tightens around my waist, and he crushes me forward. His fingers slip behind my head, and heat wraps around my core when I think he's going to bite me again. He brings my lips to his, though, and that too is head-spinning and delicious. He kisses me fiercely like he's still trying to drink me in, but he slowly eases off until it is a soft, slow kiss that I am sad to see break. My arms wind up to wrap around him, and I am about to bring him back down to me when my stomach audibly growls. I had nearly forgotten I hadn't eaten in over a day. Raziel laughs, kissing the tip of my nose before untangling himself from me. "I'll be right back," he whispers, rolling away from me. He stands up, stretching out his glorious body, and then I realize that he is headed right for the mouth of the cave. It's broad daylight, and fear grips me as he approaches the first rays leaking into the cave. "Raziel!" I shriek, and he whips around, his eyes assessing my face. He crouches down, shifting so that he can look at the mouth of the cave. "What?" "You can't go out there," I gasp out, tripping up to my feet to stop him. "You'll get hurt." At this, he tips his head back with another bout of laughter. "Seline, I promise I'm going to be okay." I frown. "But before, when you came back, I had been too weak to glamour," he smiles. "When I told you I couldn't be out in the sun, I didn't tell you I can glamour for a few hours when I'm at my full strength." He stands, stretching out for me to see his muscles rippling. "And, darling, I've never felt better." He gives me a wink that hits me hard, before strolling out into the sunlight. I sit on the floor of the cave with my arms wrapped around my knees as I stare after him. I'm terrified of what is going to happen to him out there. But when he returns with a basket full of quality market goods, it's hard to resist giving myself over to him. My protector. So I don't. The rest of this scene is too hot for YouTube. Check it out uncut on Kindle Unlimited, link in description.
Chapter 13. Raziel. Seline passed out almost immediately after I retracted my fangs. I don't blame her. I know that it is a lot to handle for a human, and I've never seen one so eager to be bitten. It thrills me to my core, and I don't want to push her too hard. I don't want that pleasure-filled pain to lose its spark. I want her to crave me, like I already do her. I smooth her hair back, mesmerized by the white blonde strands. They're as icy as my skin, and they slip through my fingers as I brush out her hair softly. A small voice in the back of my head remarks how she already looks like a Vraken. Why not make her one? I squash the thought immediately, and a hard lump forms in my throat. My fingers trail around her warm skin, feeling the life thrumming there, and it strikes me hard as I remind myself that I am a dead man walking. My chest aches as I stare down at Celine's beautiful face, and my desire for her is unmatched, no matter how hard a small voice in the back of my head tries to put an end to it. When I told her I was a Vraken, I didn't expect her to take it so well. I thought she was going to run in fear or reject me, or in some way tell me I'm a monster. A creature more powerful than the dark elves that are forced into the shadows and feeds from her. It sounds terrifying. But Seline took it in stride, accepting me with open arms and curiosity. I've never been regarded that way, not by other Vraken or humans when they were more abundant. I've either been treated as the predator I am, or with thinly veiled apathy. Even more surprising than that, Seline accepted my feeding of her without a bat of an eye. She had no problem giving herself over to me, even encouraging it. I know that a large part of that is due to the pleasure it brings her, but it is still shocking to me that she was unbothered by my natural state. I sigh softly, trailing my fingers down her naked back. "Why do you accept me so easily?" I whisper. "It's something I've never known, and it strikes me deep to my core." "Never let her go." The thought jolts through me, and I gasp at the very thought. This human has been so drawn in, and now that I know what it is like to be with her, I can't give that up. I know that she has to remain above ground, but I'm suddenly desperate to find some way around that. As I've aged, I found that my interests fade quickly, any new emotion vanishing as quickly as it had come. I thought the same would happen with Seline. She drew me in immediately, filling me to the brim with new experiences, and I'm still overflowing. None of that has dwindled, and I start to wonder how long these emotions will stay. Are they impervious to my apathy as an unaging being? Is there something that transcends the loneliness of eternity? If so, I think I found it, and it has changed my whole world. She has brought out more life in the world around me. I remember the way that being changed shifted my senses. Everything was more intense, more vibrant. After we discovered the wild sponts, I was overwhelmed with how bright they were and free-flowing with magic. And yet, that all pales to how the world looks now that I've met Seline. It's like, because of her, the world looks richer in color. The air tastes sweeter, and I feel lighter. She's lifted weights off of me I didn't know were there, and all just by being herself. I've never felt anything like this before, and while I already felt fiercely protective of her before, hence, the dead human, I now couldn't even imagine letting her out of my sight. Just the thought of being without her makes my chest start to cave in. Holy First, I think I'm falling in love. Me, a Vraken. I'm falling in love with my fated prey, and while I know that can be a deadly game, I can't think of a single reason I'd want to squash this new life she has breathed into me. I tuck her in closer, wrapping my arms around her shoulders and resting my chin on top of her head. Sighing softly, I close my eyes, inhaling her scent, and it stirs my soul. I've never loved before, or at least, I don't remember ever having done so. Maybe I thought I was in love once, when I was human, but I was so young. I didn't understand the world then. I honestly thought once I was made, that I never could love. Love felt too relative to me, something that humans enjoyed because it was limited. Their short lifespans only allowed for so much emotion, so they didn't understand that it would fade. Yet, here I am, proving my own theories wrong. Love isn't about the length of time that has elapsed. It is just about meeting the right person. And as Seline's scent fills me, seeming to fuel my body more than the air I breathe or blood in my veins, I know that I have. I would do anything for her. I would kill anyone who would dare to talk to her the wrong way. That much I've proved. But I would give my own life for her if I needed to. There isn't a scenario in this world where I would choose anything over her. And that floods me with anxiety, another emotion so long forgotten. It's taken me a day to even place the word. My feelings for her have greatly complicated both of our lives, and I fear for what is to come. I want to stay here with you, I whisper into her hair, with my eyes still closed. Forever. I'd never leave this cave if I didn't have to, and I'd be happier than I have been in my entire life. I laugh softly as if she can hear me. That's 2.5 millennium, and you've managed to be better than every second of that. My stomach twists painfully as I say it, though. I know that I can't hide here forever. The council is expecting me back in a few days now, and if I don't report back, they will come looking for me. They'd kill Seline as my punishment, to remind me that I can lose everything and never achieve the one thing I want: death. I'm confident that I've gathered enough information to scrape by. I know there are humans on the surface, used as toys by the Dark Elves. I know that only some Dark Elves remember us, and while they seem to be a little more skilled than they used to be, they are no match for us still. And according to Seline, they rarely war as we once did, so they will not stand a chance against an invasion. But more than anything, I've learned that there is more to life than lying in underground caves waiting for the planet to cave in on me. And I feel that is more invaluable than anything I could share with the Council. Make her one. Again, the thought bursts through my thoughts, unbidden, and instead of shoving it away, I entertain it for a moment. I imagine what Seline would look like with pale lips and dark shadows beneath her eyes, and her pale skin even more icy. And it breaks my heart. I know that it would greatly ease our circumstances, but I could never do that to her. She is absolutely perfect the way she is, and I could never rob her of her humanity. I never had that choice, and I think, especially knowing what I do now, I wouldn't have picked this life. Seline doesn't even know the full truth about me. I've told her half-truths, so I could never change her when she doesn't even know what she'd really become. Though I believe she won't find an endless life a death sentence with me at her side, I cannot make that decision for her. As much as I want to spend all of eternity with her, I will never put my happiness over hers. It is her choice, and I don't know if she'd pick it. What's worse is I don't know if she will survive it. Not everyone is successfully changed. In fact, it's only about 3/4, maybe even a little less, that become Vraken. The rest burn with our venom until their heart stops, already too weak from being used as a blood bag. How could I ever do that to her? Seline stirs in my arms and it pulls me from my thoughts. I push them away as I release my hold on her, and she yawns softly, swiping at her face as she rolls back. Raising her arms, she stretches out, and I am so caught up in taking in her body as she flexes that I don't realize she's staring at me until a soft laugh escapes her lips. My eyes snap up to her and a smile spreads across my face. Good morning. She twists to see the daylight breaking into the cave. Oh, wow. I slept for a while. I nuzzle against the side of her face. I think I wore you out. Not that I mind. Her arms wind around the back of my neck, and she pulls me over for a kiss. When I pull back, I'm breathless as I stare into her striking eyes, but then I start to notice the shadows beneath them. In fact, her pale skin seems to be taking on a gray hue, and I realize how long it has been since she's gone out in the sun. Pressing a kiss to the tip of her nose, I tell her, I'll be right back. She props up on her elbows, watching me as I dress quickly, rushing outside to take more of the Dark Elves' rations. I bring them back to her, along with the stack of clothes she had abandoned the afternoon before, and I'm grinning wildly as she sits up and takes it all from me. Hurry, I say, as she stares at the clothes and then back up at me. Why? There's a hint of fear in her eyes. Where are we going? I crouch down, tucking a lock of hair behind her ear. We're going to see real magic.
Chapter 14. Seline, Real Magic. Raziel's words send a thrill of excitement shooting through me, and I cram a mouthful of dried fruit into my mouth and start tugging the clothes on. I've barely seen any magic from him, and I'm curious what there is if he says he is more powerful than a dark elf. He chuckles as I shove bread into my mouth and yank my pants up at the same time, and I drain the canteen before shooting up to my feet and grinning wildly. I'm ready. He holds a hand out to me and I take it. As he leads me toward the mouth of the cave, though, anxiety starts to swirl in my stomach, and I tug him to a stop just outside the first rays that cast into the cave. I know I just saw him go outside, but I still see flashes of his burned body every time I look toward the sun rays. I bite my lip, looking up at him nervously. I'm not sure why, but I have grown protective over this Vraken, this powerful flying creature, like I need to protect him. Raziel turns toward me, and he takes one look at my face before tracing his thumb along my skin and giving me a smile that nearly makes my heart stop. I can glamour Seline. Just the way his musical voice says my name makes my knees weak. You don't have to worry about me. I nod, a flush working its way up my body. Just being near him makes me lose my head, and the way my body reacts to him is so distracting. I think he can tell, especially when he turns to face me, cupping my jaw and tilting my head back as he presses a kiss to my lips. I tremble in his touch, and he pulls back just slightly, his dark eyes wide as he searches mine. Stay close to me. Forgetting all my worries, he leads me toward the mouth of the cave and out into the surrounding forest. I keep peeking at him, but the sun bathes his skin the same as it does mine. There's no burns, no pain, and I let out a breath I've been holding. Are you going to show me what you can do? He looks at me, his eyes sparkling. Do you want me to? My gaze darts back to his wings, and with a low chuckle that sends tingles through my body, they flex, stretching out to a length I couldn't have imagined. I gasp, dropping his hand as my eyes go wide. His smile wavers as I take a step back, his wings drooping, and I shake my head. I want to see them. With an arched eyebrow, he stretches them out again, and I lean forward to touch them. They are thick membrane, not soft and feathered, and yet they feel like well-tanned leather, smooth and buttery. I glide my hand up them, following the curve, and a soft purr falls across his lips. My lips quirk, and I look at him as I do it again. Raziel's eyes flutter and start to roll back in his head, his wings stuttering. Holy first, Seline, I giggle. That feels good. Faster than I can blink, he's in front of me, his wings curved around us with his hands on my hips. It feels incredible, he whispers. Good to know. My frame quivers, but I push the thoughts away. There is too much I want to see. What is the real magic? The lust clears from his eyes, and he retracts his wings, looking around. This. My eyes scan the trees around us. A forest? He shakes his head, chuckling. It's not just a forest, he explains. Look closer. And I do. I guess I had gotten used to the throbbing moss and shifting lights of the quartz in the cave. I nearly forgot how different it is. But as I look around the forest, I realise that nothing here is like the forests I've been in before. They're similar, so similar that I almost overlooked it at first, but as Raziel tugs at me, guiding me between trees and down paths so that I can see more, it hits me. This forest is alive. I haven't seen anything like before, but the trees sway, not with wind, but they bend to brush against Raziel and me and others. The vines slip down like snakes, caressing our arms and legs. The flowers reach for us, and they almost look like little animals, like tiny pets that want us to greet them. I giggle, squatting down to hold my hand out to them, and they clamour over each other to brush my palm. The wind blows past us, and on it I can hear soft music, soft colours flashing before me. Even the dirt seems to be reactive, and when I stumble over a tree root, the ground shifts around my foot to catch me, and the plants leap forward to stop me from falling. Raziel grips my hands as I'm righted, his face lit up as he watches me, and I can't help but laugh. What is this place? It's called a wild spot, he tells me, helping continue down the sloping forest floor. It's a place of extreme magic, a pocket created by our god of the magic we are made of. There are portals on Protheka, ones that are almost invisible if you don't know how to feel for them, but once you step through, you find a parallel world of wherever you just were, but the magic flows more freely. That's why you brought me here, because there's more magic. Raziel nods. It's how my people have lived underground too. It's hard for others to find and it makes us stronger. It can also be hard for some creatures to tolerate the amount of magic that flows through here. As a human, you won't be able to feel it the same way that I, or other magical creatures can, but there are still a lot of interesting things to see. I lift my hand, swiping it through the air to see if I can detect any magic. When Raziel tries to stifle his laugh, I blush, dropping my hand. I just wanted to see if it did feel different, I mutter. But quickly, I forget my embarrassment. I see a small rodent ahead, but he's different. I dart forward to look at the little creature, but here it has horns curling up from its head. It sees me, and it scurries up the tree trunk. To my surprise, it doesn't climb up on top of the branch, it runs up the underside. I blink as I tilt my head back to stare at it, and it stops, standing up on its legs and crossing its arms across its chest as it takes me in. It's like gravity doesn't affect the little thing, and I reach up to touch it. The tree limb bends, bringing the creature down to me, and then I'm snatched back. "What are you doing?" Raziel hisses in my ear. I look back at him, and I can see the panic in his eyes. I just wanted to... He shakes his head, turning me to face him. Crouching down so that we're eye to eye, he grips my shoulders. "Seline, I told you to stay close." "I know." I gulp and he sighs. "I just want to keep you safe." He brushes my hair back. "Wild sponts are dangerous. The animals here have magic too, so you have to be extra careful, okay? People, human and dark elves alike, have just vanished in here. I won't let anything happen to you, but don't tempt fate." "I won't," I whisper. Raziel kisses my forehead. "Good. Now come. There's other stuff I want to show you this way." I take his hand, but as soon as we break through the trees, I drop it and forget everything he told me. We've come up to a cascading waterfall that empties into a deep pool. The water is this gorgeous shade of blue-green, with yellow and purple currents dancing through it. It turns a deep violet where the waterfall meets the pool, like every impact is being highlighted in colour. The foam is a light lavender, washing up on aquamarine sand that sparkles wherever I touch it. I take off running, turning back to see how the sand lights up my footprints bright white before reabsorbing them. "This is amazing!" I shout. And though Raziel is eyeing me wearily, he smiles back. Little creatures zip along the surface of the water, leaving trails of light behind them, and I stare after them. Crouching down, I touch the water, feeling the slight sizzle of magic as it brushes over my skin. "If I drink this, will I have magic too?" Raziel chuckles softly as he pulls me up to standing and guides me back from the water, planting a soft kiss on my neck. "Let's not find out. And maybe stay away from the water, It can be easy for something lurking beneath to come up without me seeing." "Oh, okay." I try to keep the disappointment out of my voice, but then something catches my eye behind him and I'm off again. "Look at this!" There's a rock wall just at the edge of the water, creating a curving lip that rises up to a steep cliff. It's pulsing, just like the quartz in our cave, and I run up to it. Orange light flashes in front of me as I skid to a stop, and I giggle. "Whoa." I wave my hand toward it, watching how the colours shift as the air slams into the rock. It reacts to every little shift of my body, and when I reach out to touch it, it turns solid black and ice cold. "Pretty neat, huh?" Raziel's arms wind around my waist. "Gods, this is amazing!" I squeal, tilting my head back to look at him. "I can't believe you live in a place like this." "Well, I don't live in a forest. I think I'd like that more so I could fly. I live in caverns." His voice goes sad at the end, but I'm too caught up on an idea. I eye his wings, and his eyes crinkle as he grins, knowing what I'm thinking. "Do you want—" And then he stiffens. Raziel's head snaps to the left and his arms go from comforting to iron bars around my waist. I can feel the predatory way he listens to something I can't hear, the intensity of it rolling off of him in waves. Without explanation, he lifts me in his arms, rushing toward the forest's edge. There's a hollowed-out tree trunk facing away from the beach there, and he tucks me into it. Cupping my face, he whispers hurriedly, "Stay here, don't make a sound, no matter what." And then he's gone.
Chapter 15. Raziel. The wild spawn covers others' magic well, and that's why it takes me so long to note the other Rakken. I catch the scent of him right before he breaks out of the trees, and I manage to tuck Seline away before he approaches me. My heart pounds in my chest and I feel full of adrenaline, especially knowing the blood thrumming through me is Seline's. I fear that her scent is on me, and I hope that the first will bless me and not let him smell her. My scent should be stronger, but humans are our fated prey. We pick up on bare traces of them easily. I remember when I first found her. She was unbearably irresistible to me. Even now she remains so. The only reason I have enough self-control is because I don't want any harm to come her way. If this Vrakken catches even the slightest whiff of her, I don't want to know what he'd do to her. I don't want to have to fight him, but I will. It will only bring further wrath from the council, though, and complicate all that I have with Seline. Still, I feel guilty for not explaining anything to her, as I tuck her into the hollow of a tree and tell her to be quiet. The fear is clear in her eyes, and it breaks my heart. I promised her that I would keep her safe, that I wouldn't let anything happen to her, and yet, there is something I can't protect her from. My people. I part my lips, ready to tell her that I love her because I don't know what's coming. But then the footsteps are too close and I step out of view. I don't fully expose myself, still hidden behind another massive tree when I hear a familiar voice. Raziel. I slip out from between the trees, giving him my characteristic blank stare that other Vraken have become accustomed to. I recognize the man before me. He's a little shorter and a little thinner. His skin isn't quite so ashen as mine, and his wings are significantly smaller. He's been a scout for some time, and his thin frame helped him escape the Dark Elves a number of times, as did his wings. Several times we found him crashing through the wild spot as he landed on the ground just outside the council room because he had dove through the cave portal while flying. Though I don't know his name, I'm not that familiar with him. But am I really that familiar with anyone? I barely remember Brenda's name sometimes. Yes? He smirks, that arrogance that marks the younger generation. The council has sent me, though I'm sure that they will be interested to hear that the great Raziel, the elder entrusted with this special mission of going above ground, though we all know how you truly earned Brenda's favor, isn't in one of the cities gleaning information. He's hiding in another wild spot. My foot slams into the ground, and I let a flicker of annoyance through as my power floods across the dirt and sand to knock him back. You may have wings, little one, but you forget yourself in my presence. Don't make me remind you. He sneers, and I almost want to laugh. I have to catch it, knowing it would be unlike me and leave my face blank. The few fledglings born now with wings are the only ones that don't hit their knees and worship me, almost like they think they are the first. But I guess I am more of her than this one before me. The council grows impatient, Raziel. Elder. I interrupt, my voice flat as I fight to keep the irritation leaking into it. With all the emotions I am now suppressing, I realize just how apathetic I was before. And it shocks me. How had I lost all of this when it rips through me anew? No wonder all the newer generations still find joy. There's much to experience that I had forgotten about. Elder Raziel, he growls, and I only raise my eyebrows. The anger sparking there strikes amusement in me. I wish I could show this brat just who he is toying with. I am capable of more than I'm given credit for. I just had never noticed before. The council wants a full report, he continues. They had expected you to come back by now with at least some information, and Brenda has asked when you will return. I cluck my tongue, gazing off through the trees as if I couldn't be bothered. I hope he can't tell that I am holding back trembles as I fear Seline being found out. I still have some investigating to do. Brenda will be pleased with my information. Softly I add, unlike what you'd bring back. I know he can hear it, but I feign as if I said nothing. Again, it's uncharacteristic of me, but I couldn't let it go. I see his jaw clench as he saunters closer, and I casually sidestep, trying not to draw attention to how I'm putting space between us. Oh, I've brought back useful information. He shifts his jaw, and I see that his fangs are snapped down, piercing into his blood-red lips. Oh, fuck. How did I not notice it before? His lips are bright, probably as bright as mine, and there is only one thing that can bring them to that color. No other animal does it, and he confirms it as he grins, spilling all his information. Brenda was more than happy when I told her of all the humans up here. Can you believe it? He runs his tongue along his bottom lip. I've drained a few myself, but we need to bring back a few dozen for the council. Imagine how strong we'll be with human blood again, especially since we can change them later and have more bodies against the Dark Elves. You don't know they'll survive? He waves a hand. Some will survive it, and Brenda thought it was a good idea. It'll strengthen our powers and our numbers. I doubt the humans will find us more repulsive than the Dark Elves. Yes, well, I begin to say before he interrupts me again. Have you tasted them too? He presses. I know you were around when we used to have them underground. You were from the beginning of our time down there, so you remember what it was like to have the walking blood bags, but still. Have you tasted them again after all these years? Have you missed having the humans down there? The scout keeps creeping closer, and I roll my eyes, starting off toward the portal, and he trails after me. I have much to do, and if the council wants a real report, I need to be left to my own methods. I'm trying to get him the hell out of here, because he was getting too close to the tree where Seline was hidden. After all the talk about draining humans, I can't believe that he wouldn't jump on her before I could stop him. And he won't stop running his damn mouth. There's so much I've kept from Seline. How the Vraken treat humans, how we drained all the ones underground, what I'm doing up here, even my past a little, and he's revealing it all to her. I just have to pray to Al-Qadama that her human hearing can't pick up on any of it. I know I have to explain it all to her sooner or later, but she doesn't need to find out like this. I dodge his questions as I hurry him away, not wanting to incriminate myself any further, and I hope that Seline actually listens to me this time and doesn't move even as I walk away. I'm wary of being too close to this scout, out of fear of hearing my heart pounding so violently. We make it up to the top of the hill, and I feel the magic exuding from the portal. He starts toward it before turning around and looking at me. You only have a few days before Brynda comes after you herself. I would hasten your methods if I were you. I don't dare let any emotion play across my face. I just stare at him until he turns around, and with 2 long strides, he disappears between the trees. I let out the breath I had been holding, and relief rushes through me. I don't take a second to wait, though, as I turn around and start back towards Seline's hiding spot. Strategically, I slip out of sight from the portal in case he does come back, and my guard is up again. I will know the second he slips back through, and I highly suspect that, as a scout, he isn't actually gone. If he knows what's good for him, he will be, but I'm not sure. He kind of gave me the impression that he's an idiot, smarting off to an elder. I know I'm known for not really caring or even noticing when others treat me that way, but that was a little too cocky, even for my taste. I feel confident enough as I approach the beach that I start to jog, slipping around the trees to where I hid Seline. Seline, I say, and then I stop, my heart stilling in my chest. Ice shoots through my veins and I start to tremble. Panic burns at the back of my throat, and I think that for a moment my terror is so intense that I just might be sick. Because I'm staring at the spot in the tree where I took Seline away. As I turned around the tree trunk, I expected her to still be sitting there, waiting for me, just as I had told her. Maybe she heard the conversation between the scout and I, or maybe her scent attracted other creatures when I had practically pushed him through the portal. I don't know. All I know is my mouth is coated with a rich tang that makes me want to scream and dry heave at the same time. And it only gets worse as I stare at the hollowed-out space of the tree that is now empty.
Chapter 16. Seline. I'm running so fast that I don't even know what is tearing at me. It could be the wind or the tree roots or the limbs. All I know is my skin stings and my vision blurs from the tears streaking down my face. I try to stifle my heaving breaths. I'm sure there's nothing I can do to cover my scent or footsteps from Raziel, but I won't just be sitting prey for him. He clearly didn't think of where he hid me, because I heard every word of that conversation. A sob rips through my chest. I can't believe all that he hid from me. I understood that he didn't eat, and while it seemed terrifying at first, after experiencing it, I couldn't see any problems with it. But to drain humans, to change them into what he is knowing it might kill them. Is that what he was waiting to do with me? Feed off of me until I outgrew my use, and then see if I could survive such a change? How many times had I fallen asleep next to him, thinking he was going to keep me safe? My jaw drops open when I think of Aaron. Did Raziel kill him because he cared about me, or because he saw someone about to take his meal? Another sob breaks free of me, and I push myself harder, even as my breath soars at my side. I have to get away from that monster. I was so stupid for everything. I thought Raziel was my guardian angel with his beautiful wings and the way he protected me. On Protheka, I should have known better. Everything beautiful here is deadly. The Vraken are no different. Yet I still let down every wall I had. I stupidly fell in love with a lie, and this is what I get for it. Gods below, I hate him. I hate every beautiful lie he fed me to take my body for his, and I gave it so willingly. Tears spill faster down my cheeks, and I nearly crumple to the ground. I can't trust him again. I can't trust anyone. I thought Aaron was my friend, and he nearly broke me. I thought I loved Raziel, but he used me and lied to me. Why did I cling to the idea of a knight in shining armour? It's clear that even those guys have poor intentions, and it's time for me to finally learn to stand up for myself. Fuck stupid guardian angels. Humans are stronger than that, and I am determined to prove that to him. My thoughts go back to the circus, and I crave to be back there. Neilmore may be crazy, but he never lied to me. We all knew who he was and what he was capable of. It was my only home, and I was forced away from it. I never should have left, I whimper, and when my foot catches a tree root this time, I tumble to the ground. I flip between the trees, and as I roll across the dirt, something tinges my skin. Immediately, I feel the difference. The air now feels lighter, crisper. I lift my head, looking around, and I know that I'm in a normal forest again. I don't fully understand the whole wild spont thing, but the trees are still, and their branches don't move. The plants are normal, and the wind is no longer coloured. In fact, as I push up on my knees, I start to recognise the forest around me. I guess the magical forest just spouted me out into a random forest in Protheka, and I got lucky because I'm at the edge of Liandor where I performed a few nights ago. Maybe because of where I was thinking of. It's been a week since I left, according to Raziel, unless he lied to me about that too. I know that we don't have another show for a little while, so it's possible that they are still there, not bothering to move until necessary. I'm on my feet as soon as the thought occurs to me. My body is renewed with eagerness, and I rush forward, desperate to get as far from that angelic-looking demon as possible. My legs pump, pushing me hard all the way to the clearing, and I'm out of breath, nearly collapsing as I break through the trees. Tears prick at my eyes with relief as I see all the tents and carts still here. It's my home, and I'm back. I don't expect a warm welcome, but I do expect Neilmore to be relieved to see me. But as soon as the first human spots me, she shouts, "Seline!" I nod, gasping with my hands on my knees, and suddenly they are all rushing toward me. My heart soars. I know that the others didn't always like me, but it's a relief to know that when I went missing, it was enough for them to want to welcome me back. Or at least I thought that, until one of them grasps my arm and throws me to the ground. I tumble, scraping my arm, and I'm shocked as another kicks me in the side. "Murderer! How dare you come back here?" Wait till Neilmore hears. Oh, his precious star! How she has fallen. I don't have time to piece any of their words together, as hands grasp at my shoulders and upper arms and I'm dragged backwards. I try to get my feet underneath me, scrambling to get back right, but I can't. They're still screaming hateful words at me, all the sentences overlapping until I give up and shut them out. I had thought the circus was my home, but the way they fling me down just inside Neilmore's tent makes me question this decision too. Can I get anything right? I lift my head, struggling up to all fours as Neilmore whips around at the commotion. They all fall silent, dropping back as he stalks toward me, a wide grin on his face. His eyes dance with fire, but with Neilmore, he always looks crazed. "I'm back," I croak out, and he chuckles before landing his blow. My cheek stings from the fierceness of his slap, and I'm thrown to the side, crumpling to the ground. It's the first time he's ever actually struck me, and I don't know what to make of it. Neilmore throws his head back with a terrifying howl, and I cringe, especially as the others start to join in. They all chuckle and laugh, and when he darts forward, it's so fast I don't even realise what he's doing. His movements are so jerky, and the grin across his face is absolutely manic. Even his eyes have gone wide, and they dart around as they take in my face. "You're back!" He cackles again, his lips barely moving. He laughs straight through his teeth, his eyes stretching impossibly wider, and it's the first time I've ever been genuinely terrified of him. How great for us that our star is back. There's something about the way he says star. It's not like the way he usually does. It almost sounds like an insult. And then he drops the ball. A star of her own show, of course. I thought it was understood who is in charge here. His fingers tighten on my arm, and his smile starts to droop into an awful grimace. But then you decided to strike down one of my own. His palm bruises my cheek, but he doesn't drop me. My shoulder nearly jerks out of its socket as he keeps his hold on me and strikes me. How dare you take away one of my best acts? I know I shouldn't, but I break. He's going to continue to punish me either way. What are you talking about? My lip splits on that one. The blood spills down my chin, and Neilmore snorts. You can play an innocent act on stage, but not with me. We found Aaron's body. And then it hits me. They think I killed Aaron and then ran away, not even close to what happened. No, Neilmore. I think my nose is bleeding too, though it's hard to tell. All I know is that his last blow was a little too high and slightly blinded me. No, you listen to me! He brings in close, his disgustingly hot breath washing over my face. You made a mistake coming back here. And then the worst possible thing happens. His eyes crinkle as his lips curl up into a more natural-looking smile. I recognize this look. The only time his eyes crinkle is when... But now I'll have my star forever, he hisses, his anger leaking out, and I gulp. Neilmore has always been dangerous, but never to me. Not until now. He drops my arm, and I fall to the ground, my skin blotchy with bruises and blood blisters. I just have to make sure that you turn as docile as you are useful. His head snaps to the rest of the gathered circus crew. String her up in the middle of the camp, he barks, and my stomach sinks. This won't be good. Hands grab at me, and I try to squirm up so that I can see someone as I'm half dragged, half carried out of the tent. You don't understand, I plead. Someone lands a cheap blow against my stomach. I didn't hurt Aaron. There are chuckles as I'm dropped to the ground, and someone's foot is on my back, pinning me in place as poles are erected and rope is gathered. I didn't do it! The heel digs into me further, and someone starts tying rope around my ankles. Then who did? A voice barks back. I open my mouth and then realise I have no answer for that. As angry as Raziel made me, I'm not going to sell him and his kind out. I can't, and they take my silence as a guilt admission. Exactly, the voice hisses. I'm jerked up as I continue to scream and beg, my limbs shackled to the poles I recognise from one of our trapeze acts. My joints strain as they are pulled in different directions, and soon I'm held up for the whole circus to see, and Neilmore comes strolling out with a massive smirk on his face. His lips are moving, his eyes crinkling as he smiles, and I realise he's muttering to himself. I can't hear much more than, my forever star. And just as I'm about to beg Neilmore, his hand lifts. I hear the snap before I feel it, but when I do, my scream shatters the forest. The circus laughs as my vision goes blurry, and the blood poundings in my ears that I can barely hear anything after. All I know is pain. I can't figure out what Neilmore is doing as black sweeps across my vision, and my throat feels shredded from my screams. Still, he doesn't stop, and neither do I. And I knew this was coming. I knew that telltale sign in his expression. Still, I said nothing of the Vraken, so it is truly my own fault. As the pain sweeps across me, I descend into agony, unable to even think clearly.
Chapter 17. Raziel. I'm panting and sweating from the effort to fly faster and keep both glamours in place. I don't dare slow as I tear through the forest, my ears perked, and my eyes scanning everything. I hadn't been able to find Seline in the wild spawn. I'd searched it until I became frantic, and then I realized that she could have gone back to the normal woods of Protheka. While I have no proof that she wasn't dragged away or maimed, I believe she is still alive. I can feel it in my gut, and I'm trusting that if anything was wrong, my senses would have picked up on it. Thinking of only Seline, I dove through the portal, and I was spit out into a different forest than when I originally found the portal. So is the way of the wild spawned. It's moving magic, and that doesn't guarantee stability. I have to hope that it sent Seline to the same place, though, as I fly as low as I can, my wings taking strikes from branches that I don't manage to avoid. As the sun sets, though, I'm growing more and more worried. I've combed as much of this forest as she could have covered, and I still haven't seen any sight of her. I force myself to slow down, to think, and I land in the top branches of a tall tree, looking out across the woods toward the city. It's so reminiscent of the night that we first met, especially as the sun starts to disappear, and that's when it hits me. When I found Seline, it had been not far from here at the circus. She had told me she has no family, that that's her home. Of course, that's where she went back to. I push up off the trees, flying toward the clearing where I first saw the circus, and hoping with all my heart that it is still there. And then I hear it. A sharp, piercing scream that makes my entire body stutter and forget how to work. I nearly fall out of the sky from just the sound, and I know that it is Seline. I catch myself on one of the trees I tumble into, pushing back up into the air and streaming through the trees until I come up to the edge of the clearing. If her screams weren't bad enough, the sight before me is way worse than anything I could have ever fathomed. Strung up between two poles is my Seline, her limbs pulled so tight it would be painful. But I doubt that the rope burn or strain on her joints bothers her right now, not with what the dark elf is doing to her. The circus crew is gathered around him, jeering and laughing, taking pleasure in her pain as he moves his hands wildly, his fingers twitching. With every twist of his wrists, another bone of hers snaps, and his fingers manipulated, pulling it into the place he wants. His magic pulls her skin across the joints, so that the flesh is stretched across the broken bones. With her two arms bent in place, her hands disappearing into her torso, and the rope slung in the gruesome crook that's too high to be her elbow, I realize he's making her into a literal star. It's disgusting as her foot whips back, breaking and bending with ease, and I see pure red as she screams. He thinks she's going to be his star again, his singing human star. But he's got another thing coming. Without thinking, I shove off the tree, slamming into the ground between Seline and her dark elf master. My power is flowing so intensely through me with rage that I don't remember to pull back, and the ground gives way beneath me, creating a crater that sends deep cracks through the ground around me. The dark elf's hands freeze, though Seline's screams don't, and I rise, my eyes locking on his violet ones. His sneer drops as he takes me in, taller and stronger than him, and when his eyes dart to my wings, I know that I've broken the one rule I was given, not to expose us. But I don't care as I dash forward, my magic encasing him so that he can't run backwards. His eyes widen, and to my surprise, a smile cracks across his face. His cockiness enrages me, and I drop the spell, catching him around the throat before he can move. My wings flare behind me as I slam him into the ground, my nails digging into his disgustingly dark flesh. "How dare you touch her?" I hiss. "You've made a grave mistake, and for that, you will pay with your life." With my other hand, I bend his arm back so that I can grip his wrist. I grab it and twist, and he howls as his hand hangs limply at the end of his arm. It almost sounds like laughter, as the bone juts straight out of the skin, and that only makes me angrier. I slam my foot into his other arm, breaking the elbow as I bend it back, and rip the fingers off individually. He coughs against the pressure I have on his throat, but still, he doesn't concede. Not until I lean down and let my fangs drop free. "Think it's funny? Let me show you pain you've never known." I sink my teeth into the artery thrumming along his throat, not letting go with my hands as they start to tear through the flesh. His blood is disgustingly bitter, and I drink only enough to send my venom pounding through his veins. He screams finally, and I laugh, spitting his blood across his face. That's what I thought. "You deserve to feel her pain tenfold!" I roar, grabbing his head and ripping it from his body. I want to be the one that takes his life. But you also don't deserve the air she breathes. I gasp out as I drop his severed head, letting it tumble across the ground, just like that other imbecile. As I stand, I realize that all the humans have fled, leaving this crumbled, twitching, bloody mess of their former boss alone on the grass. Serves him right to die like that, and for his body to be abandoned to the woods. Even the animals out here probably won't want him. Turning, I see Seline, and I'm surprised she is still awake, her teeth digging into her lower lip. Her arms are both bent, one foot broken, and yet she has survived the pain. A part of me wonders if it's part of the spell that was cast on her. Taking a few pounding steps, I slice the ropes and hold her body gently as I lay her out on the grass. His magic is weak, and as I run my fingers over her skin, it is easy to undo his work. I wince as she whimpers from the first snap of her foot moving back into place, and thinking better of it, I lean in to bite her. "I'm so sorry," I murmur against her neck. "This should help." I send the numbing agent through her veins, and her soft cries turn to moans. "Raziel," she cries out, and I stroke her arms, urging them back into place. The pain seems to lash against the euphoric feeling, and her back arches up off the ground. "I'm almost done," I assure her, locking her last arm back into its natural position. With my superior magic, I've put her back into her perfect form without an outward sign of what happened. "You're perfect," I tell her, but my heart drops as she recoils from me when I try to kiss her temple. It's clear that even with the numbing agent soothing her body, the psychological damage is too deep for me to be able to heal. Instead, her physical exhaustion drags her under with the help of my venom to soothe her pain, and I scoop her up gently, pulling her against my chest. I throw one glance back at the unrecognizable body, walking toward it and kicking the head as hard as I can. I feel a bit more satisfied as I watch his decapitated face sail through the air, frozen in a scream as I hold Seline and I shove off the ground. My wings beat as we rise in the air, and I don't have enough strength to glamour us as we fly back toward the portal. My magic feels depleted, and I am craving the energy boost as I slip through the wild spawn portal, thinking of the cave we have turned into our home. To my relief, the portal sends me to the same woods where the cave is, and the magic crackles over my skin like cool water, refreshing my body. I'm able to navigate the area well enough that all my focus turns to Seline, and by the time we reach the cave, it is dark. I lay her out on the floor of the cave before going back to the pile of rations I took off the dark elf hunters. With a full canteen in my hand, I lay down beside her, tracing my fingers along her cracked lips. I hate to think how much she's been through, and even as she sleeps, my touch brings out whimpers. My stomach churns. I am no longer the one who brings her comfort. I'm just another one to fear, someone who fucked up her way of life and stole everything from her. I can't leave her on the surface now. I know. I've left a trail of bodies that lead back to her, and I've seen firsthand what they might do to her because of it. A shiver racks Celine's body, and I push those thoughts away, curling up around her as I tip her head back and drip water down her throat. She swallows greedily, and once she is satiated, she curls up on her side. She may be in too deep of a sleep, but when I pull her against my chest, she doesn't stir. It might be selfish, but I'm relieved as I hold her through the night, letting her rest and praying that she will hear me out when she wakes.
Chapter 18. Seline. I gasp as my eyes fly open, tremors ghosting along my skin. I had been sucked into a terrifying nightmare. I can still feel the way my bones had been broken and fused together, how my skin was ripped apart and stitched itself back up until I looked nothing like myself. There's a terrifyingly familiar cackle underlying it all that makes me nauseous, and I try to close my mind off to the dream. Still, my muscles feel torn and tender, my joints ache, and my breath is coming in too harshly. A pair of arms wrap around me tightly, and I sink into them, feeling the warmth envelop me until my body starts to settle. Just as I start to relax and let my eyes fall closed, The awful sounds wash over me, and my limbs jerk from the memory of it all. I remember then that it wasn't just a nightmare. It's a memory haunting me. It all starts to rush back in. Neilmore's face and the pain that snakes along me as if it's happening again. My body starts to shake with it, and tears stream down my cheeks. I'm vaguely aware that I've been shifted up, and as his scent buries me, I remember Raziel too. My sweet guardian angel who rocks me and rubs my back as he tries to soothe me. I'm here, he murmurs in that soft, lilting voice. I'm right here, Seline. I promised you I wouldn't let anyone hurt you. I melt into Raziel, remembering how he took me from the circus. He saved me, and now he's protecting me like always, like he did in this cave, and the day we went outside and I got to see all the magic. The day where I was playing on the beach before he tucked me into a hollowed-out tree trunk. I slam my palm into Raziel's chest, angered as I scurry back. His face is a mask of hurt and shock as he rocks forward onto his knees and reaches for me. I pull up to my feet, holding my hand out to him. No. It all came back to me, how I ended up at the circus in the first place. All the lies that Raziel told run through my mind, and I grip my teeth. Anger pours through me. I can't believe that he lied to me, basically set me up for Neilmore's wrath, and then had the audacity to hold me like he didn't do all of it. No, I repeat. It's time that you start answering some of my questions. Raziel's still on his knees, but he rocks back, sitting on his heels as he nods. I think that's fair. And don't think about lying to me, I snarl. I heard everything. You can't tell me the same stories from before. I know. His voice is soft, almost scared, and it tugs at me. I have to push down my desire to comfort him. He did this to both of us, and I can't forget it. Why did you lie to me? I start, and he just stares at me. I didn't think it was a terribly difficult question, but the way he forces out his response makes it sound like the short sentence is painful. To protect you. My nose wrinkles at that, and I don't truly believe him. I try a different angle. What do you really want with me? At that, his eyebrows pinch together and he cocks his head. What do you think I want with you? I catch myself just before I answer him. I am asking the questions. Why did you take me from the circus? He sighs, his wings drooping around him. I just had to have you, Seline. I don't have a better answer than that. I heard you singing, and I felt this pull, and I know that sounds really weird, but I couldn't stand by while someone tried to hurt you. I never intended on drinking from you, or giving another Vraken the chance. I just had to have you. My stomach churns. I don't know what to make of that, so I press on. What about the council? Who are they? Do you work for them? His jaw works as his dark eyes flick up to me. I am sorry for this. I dodged this question when we first met, and I should have been honest with you here. I did not lie when I said I came above ground after so long in the caves, but I did not tell you that it wasn't my choice. Vraken are governed by the council. They are a group of our wisest members, and our matriarch. They make all of our decisions, and I must follow them. I was chosen to come above ground to discover what had changed and report back. Why did you lie about that? My voice is breathless. I was afraid you would run, that you wouldn't trust me. And why would I do that? I reply, tears forming in my eyes. Because once I tell the council about all the humans on the surface, they will react the same way that Scout did. Once I met you, I couldn't risk it. I didn't want you to run from me or for the council to learn of you. Everything I've done is to protect you, Seline. I couldn't stand the thought of hurting you, of anyone hurting you. I hold a hand up and squeeze my eyes tight, shaking my head. I can't let him get in my head, not with all the questions still buzzing around. And why didn't you tell me the truth about humans? I'm not meant to be your lover. I'm meant to be your prey, someone to feed off of, and then either kill or change. You've eradicated the human population underground, and you hid it from me. He sighs before answering. Would you have trusted me if I had told you the truth hours after we met? When I give him a scowl at the question, he holds up his hands. Sorry, I just mean, I wanted you to trust me. Do I need to feed off of blood? Yes. Do we prefer humans? Yes. Did I ever see you as anything other than my salvation, as prey or someone to use? Not for a second. My heart stutters at his words, and I swear he can hear it. He leans forward, reaching for me, and when his hands graze mine, I don't jerk back. Seline, I know I fucked up, but there are a lot of things about me that I feared would be intimidating. I didn't want you to get the wrong idea of me, and I wanted to tell you the truth. I wish you hadn't found out the way you did, but I am relieved that you know it all. I don't know it all, I whisper. He purses his lips. Then ask me. I will answer every question you have until you believe you can trust me again. I swear to you that no words will be a partial truth or lie again. There's one question that's been bothering me that I finally unleash. Why didn't you tell me that you used to be human? His eyes widen at that. I can tell that out of all the questions, he didn't expect that one. Finally, he admits, I didn't want you to know that being changed or death is the fate of those who are intertwined with the Vraken. I wouldn't let either happen to you, of course, but I felt it was unnecessary to frighten you. The way that Raziel's expression looks so open, almost begging, makes me believe him. I'm still hurt by the lies, and I'm struggling to reconcile the comfort and pain I find just by being around him. Raziel clings to my hand, rubbing his thumb along the back, and I can see the pain flash in his eyes. He seems tormented by my reaction, and it seems that his lies have caused him even more pain. Or maybe being caught in them has. But then he disproves that thought as he whispers, What can I do to ease your mind? Seline, I'll do anything. I know I've made a mistake, and I hope you can see there was no ill intent behind it. It strikes me then what would put me at ease. I want to know him better, really know him. I have to fight a grin as I tell him, I want to know about when you were human. Raziel stills, and I can see the tension lining his body. I wonder if it is painful for him, and I know that if he can give me this, I can trust him. His gaze slowly lifts to mine, and he lets go of my hands, sinking back against the cave wall. He slides down to the floor, the moss pulsing in response, and the quartz above us shifts to a deep navy blue as a smile tugs at his lips. He pats the spot next to him, the moss rolling under the pressure. That is a long story. I think you should sit for it. I know that I may be foolish, but I decide to do it anyway. I sit next to Raziel, and while he doesn't tuck me into his side as I'm expecting and craving, he does take my hand again. His touch is so electric that I can't bear to pull away from him. I barely remember my time on Earth, he begins. It was so long ago. I remember that I lived in a country called Persia, and it was a beautiful country. My village was at the base of a huge mountain, and I was happy. My family, my mother, father, and 2 brothers were all hard-working, and I found it difficult to keep up. You see, I was still young. I had barely reached the age of maturity, which was earlier back then than it is now, and children easily fell ill. I was one of those. I squeeze his hand, but he keeps going. My family had to cast me out so that they would not fall ill either, and on the streets of my village, I was discovered by one of the first Vraken. I was still a human when they brought me to Protheka. They fed on me as I grew older, and I think some of their venom made me stronger. I witnessed the creation of the Dark Elves and the war. He shivers. I thought I had seen brutality, but a magic war is much worse than the war of weapons on Earth. Raziel stops, and he's hit something difficult. I rub my thumb along the back of his hand as encouragement when he starts again. I was injured during the war, and the Vraken decided to change me. Not every human was given the honour, and no one was given a choice. He shudders, his eyes turning glassy. I remember how painful it was. I thought I'd never make it through, and my body felt so different. But as I came out the other side, I felt the magic that flowed so freely on Protheka. I felt stronger than I thought possible. We ended up fleeing underground to escape the sun, more so than the Dark Elves. Their numbers were greater than ours, but the natural environment could inflict just as much, if not more, damage than them. At first the wild spots were incredible. We couldn't believe the magic down there. But soon, the excitement of it all started to fade. The life of the underground began to grow empty until I lost all my emotion, all my eagerness and curiosity. I thought I wouldn't feel again in this lifetime. Raziel lifts his head to look at me. His eyes are soft, tender. You see, when life doesn't have an end, it starts to feel meaningless. I was just waiting for it to end, until I met you. His hand shakes as he raises it to brush his fingertips along my cheeks. You woke me up, and I am eternally grateful. I break then. I launch forward, crashing my mouth to his, and he freezes at first before pulling me closer. I cup the back of his head, pouring all of my feelings into this kiss, and when we break apart, I'm gasping. I lean my forehead against his and whisper, "You will never have to be alone again."
Chapter 19. Raziel. As I stare into her honey eyes, I know that I want to stay with Seline forever. For all my denying it, I have fallen in love with her. There is no lying to myself anymore. Not after I watched her nearly die on multiple accounts. I would have given anything to spare her of the pain of that dark elf, or stop the Vraken scout from smelling her. I've proven time and time again that I will reveal myself, kill anyone, sunblister, and starve my body, whatever it takes to keep her safe. As desperately as I want to tell her, though, I know that I can't. Even after the way she clung to me, kissed me, and whispered to me, I still don't feel that telling her I love her would be the right move. She heard all these awful things about the Vraken, and I fear that, though I will ease her fears and she seems to have forgiven me, she will find it more of a shackling sentence than an action of the heart. And isn't it? With me, Celine's life will be underground and in hiding. There will be no more performances, no more wonder, no more days in the sun. And though I'd never do it, I don't want anyone to consider turning her. I want her to have her mortality, her humanity, because I know what it's like to lose it. A flicker of fear lights up my spine, though I try to push it away. I know, deep, deep down, that I am also afraid to hear her response. I'm not sure what I would do if she were to say she doesn't love me, that she doesn't want me. It hurt enough when she ran from me, but then I understood. To be shunned. Again. I don't think that's something my soul could bear twice in one eternity. It's too much, even for an emotionless Vraken like myself. So, I gently untangle myself from Seline, pulling back as her eyes widen. She reaches for me, and I put a bit more space between us as her eyebrows pinch together. What did I say? The hurt in her eyes nearly crumbles my resolve. I'm so close to scooping her up and holding her to my chest that I press my fist against my mouth, my eyes darting up to look at anything else than her beautiful face. Maybe I don't want to know if it will be hurt or relief that will ripple across her face at my next words. Either is enough to break me. You didn't do anything, but I have something else to admit. I have to report back to the council. I should have already, but I fear that if I wait any longer, they'll come looking for me. My eyes finally drop to look at her, and I reach out, wanting to stroke her cheek, but I've already put too much distance between us. Instead, I caress empty air, and that sends a panic through me, like it's giving me a taste of what I am desperately trying to avoid. If they come looking for me, I say as I let my hand drop, you will be in danger. I can't lead them back here to you. My voice drops to a pathetic whisper. I can't and won't hurt you further. I have to leave. Out of all the responses, I hadn't expected to see her beautiful eyes fill with tears. I swear I can feel each individual crack fissuring along my heart as they start to fall. It's absolutely heartbreaking, and without being able to stop myself, I shift up, reaching out for her. It is world-shattering when she scrambles back from me, shaking her head. You can't say you're leaving me and then try to comfort me. She tugs at her hair, looking so upset and frustrated that I would give her anything to stop it. What don't you get? No one is hurting me but you. You say you're trying to protect me, but it's just an excuse for you to throw me away. No! I catch her around the waist, and no matter how she beats against my chest, I'm not letting go. No, I'm not trying to get rid of you, Seline. There is much out there that can hurt you. I'd never forgive myself if it did. I already can't for what I've done. I don't tell her. I sink back against the wall of the cave, keeping her pinned in my arms, and she twists to glare up at me angrily, though tears still stream down her cheeks and her skin has turned blotchy. I wipe them away the best that I can, and her nose wrinkles as she grows angrier. It's so freaking cute that I almost can't contain my smile. "I don't want you to go," she finally says, and it hits me hard. "I won't be gone long," I assure her, tucking her hair back from her face. I smooth her loose strands back and over her shoulder, and her face buries against my shirt. "If it all goes according to plan, I'll be back in a few days." "Days?" she squeaks out, trying to jerk back to glare at me again. I hold her firmly against my body, rocking her softly. "There are enough supplies here in the cave until then. You have to know by now that there is nothing that can come between us. Nothing will keep me from you." "So, you're just going to leave me here while you—" "What? What's your big plan?" I almost don't tell her the truth. It's not the best laid plan, and I can see a lot of flaws in it. But I know how that has gone for us so far, so I decide that it's best to just explain it all to her, and hope she doesn't worry. I have to appear before the council. I'm hoping that when I tell them about the humans on the surface, it will cause such great excitement that I will be able to slip back out of our cavernous wild spawn. There's a portal near our underground tunnels that will lead me back here. But the other guy said that he already told them of the humans, she says, blinking her eyes in frustration. I shake my head. That scout knows nothing. His mission was to find me, and I doubt he would openly admit to the council that he veered from that. Even if he had, he hasn't seen the sprawling city of Leondor like I have. Trust me, they will be far more interested in what I have to say. "And then what?" she prompts, always being too smart for me to slip anything by her. I was stupid for ever trying. "What happens after you come back here? Won't they come looking for you?" "I'm going to take you, and we will fly somewhere so far from Leondor it will take them ages to locate us. They'll be too wrapped up in what we've discovered, and even if they wanted to hunt us, they'd have to risk the Dark Elves discovering them." "But you wouldn't?" "No. I'd glamour us until we found a safe spot. It's a lot easier to find a safe spot than to discover the one-in-a-million place that someone is hiding." She quietly thinks about that, and I pull back to peer down at her face. Her eyes are staring straight ahead, and I can tell that she is turning over so many possibilities in her head. No wonder this girl ended up with a pretty sweet gig in a place that seems to undervalue humans. "You said if all goes according to plan, why risk it? Leaving me here means that someone or something else could find me." Her eyes turn to me, sparkling with bright fierceness that makes me melt. "Why can't I just go underground with you?" My whole body goes rigid at the thought of exposing her to so many Vraken who would want a taste. I immediately shake my head no. "Seline, you can't do that. Only Vraken go down there, and it would be so dangerous." She presses a palm to my chest, catching my attention as she interrupts. "You've had humans down there before. I know that the environment is safe for me. And if you are worried about the other Vraken, then why not tell them I'm one of you?" My eyes trace down her form, and I bark out a laugh. "They'll know." She arches an eyebrow. "All Vraken were once human, correct?" "Well, yeah." Seline gives me a smug smile. "So, there has to be a point after the change where your body still has some human qualities, right? It's not like one bite, and then suddenly, every molecule is changed. That can't be how it works." I purse my lips. She's right. It takes a few years for the change to really solidify. I can tell when someone has been changed in the last few decades, even. It's much like a human watching a child age. The time that's elapsed is evident. "I can tell I'm right," she teases. "So, if you had turned me only a few days before, it's reasonable that my blood, my scent, everything about me is still fairly human." I don't love where this is going, but I nod. "Then," she pushes up on her knees so we are nearly eye to eye. "Instead of leaving me here to get attacked or starve to death when you don't return, take me with you. Say that I'm newly changed." I grin because Seline makes a good point. Knowing so little, she still came up with a better plan than I. I shake my head as I smile, amazed at just how smart this girl is. I just have to hope she can outsmart a cavern full of Vraken. If not, it might just be the death of her.
Chapter 20. Seline. Raziel just stares at me with a disbelieving grin, and the silence stretches between us. I can't tell if he thinks I'm brilliant or stupid, but I think it is our best option. I decide to continue to plead my case, desperately not wanting to be left alone in this cave to hope that he comes back. If you explain to me how to act when you're first made, I can do it. I'm a performer. I give him my best show smile and bat my eyes. Besides, I'm already so pale and have been spending next to no time in the sunlight. I grab his arm to show him our skin tones compared, and they are nearly identical. Not much will need to be done to my appearance. He runs his fingers through my pale hair. This would give it away. Dye it. His lips quirk, and he runs a thumb under my eyes. Your eyes are usually darker too. Even a day or two after being made. He shrugs. It's been so long that I honestly couldn't tell you. I grab his hand, squeezing it. Then, the council probably wouldn't be able to either. Think about it. We could make a few minor changes. You wouldn't have to leave me behind, and with a witness to corroborate your story and answer more questions about the surface, it will stir the Vraken up more. I grin. We'd have an even bigger distraction than just you would be able to provide. Raziel leans in, breathing me deeply. I still worry about your scent. I shake my head. It would make sense for my scent to still be there if I am newly made. Especially if we feed first, he whispers, and I arch an eyebrow. After we feed, our lips turn a brighter shade of red. If your lips are bright red, and I've only changed you a day or two before, your scent would still come through. He seems to be hesitant still, and I'm not quite sure as he tangles his hand in my hair. I shift forward, running my fingers along his face. I will be safer with you than on my own, I murmur, and his eyes roam my face before he nods. You're right. I take the opportunity to lean in, pressing a kiss firmly to his mouth, but he breaks it off before it gets too deep. We have a lot of work to do, and we both know that if we get a taste of each other, we won't be able to stop. So, I whisper, our faces still only centimetres apart as his thumb strokes my cheekbone and down to my jaw. I guess I need a crash course on what it's like to be made. He grins. Allow me to be your teacher. Raziel stands, stretching out, and his wings flare behind him. He ties his long dark hair back, and he looks so handsome that I nearly forget what we're doing, especially as I reach for the top of the hunter's shirt I'm still wearing and pop open a button. Maybe after, I can be the student that needs to gain your favour. He chuckles, pulling me up to my feet and kissing the tip of my nose. Seline, I will give your body all the attention it deserves after we get out of this. But first... He takes a step back, clinging only to my hands. We have some things we need to cover. I nod. You're right, I need to focus. So, first thing, what should I look like? Raziel waves me off. I'll use a glamour to change your hair colour and make your eyes a touch darker. I'll try to mask your scent too, but that will be trickier to do. Okay, and what abilities should I have? He purses his lips. I didn't think about that. I mean, it's normal for you not to have wings, but your strength and speed should be improved. The good thing is we can stay in my home most of the time, so none of it should really matter. I doubt they'll need to see you feed, and I can just claim to sun glamour you if there are any questions about that. See? I squeeze his hands, grinning. This is already going to be pretty easy. He blows out a breath. Don't get ahead of yourself. There is still the council. You'll have to face them. Okay, is there a certain way I need to act? He rubs his chin, and a slow smile spreads across his face. To be perfectly honest, it's been so long since I've cared about any of that. I'm trying to think of how the younger ones act. I think you should just be yourself. They're all talkative and bubbly. He grimaces, and I can see the last word he leaves out. Annoying. As for the council proceedings, the matriarch, Brinda, sits in the middle. She is to be respected. You do not speak out of turn. You never argue with her. You only address her as matriarch unless she gives you permission to do otherwise. I nod. I can do that. Be respectful and answer questions. His jaw tightens. As for their questions, they do not need to know of our time here in the cave or our relationship. We need to keep the conversation on Leandor. Tell them everything you can about dark elf culture, and not the circus. If they ask how I made you, we say that I found you as I was returning and decided to bring along someone who had been on the surface. A thought hits me then. What does it feel like to be made? How does it work? You've bit me before. I touch my already healed neck. But I'm still human. There's not even a mark. You have to drink from me, he says, his eyes darkening. I will drink from you, and in the throes of my venom in your veins, I will offer you my own blood, which is mostly venom, to drink. The venom will overrun your system, and as it takes over your body, either you will conform to the change, or your body will reject it. Your heart and organs will stop, and you will die. My mouth runs dry. Does that happen a lot? It's an equal chance of surviving or dying. I nod, and I can feel how heavy the conversation has turned between us. But I made it, I tease. It doesn't bring about the light in his eyes that I was hoping for. He still stares at me with vague uncertainty, and he only murmurs, "Just keep the conversation on the dark elves. Don't delve into your personal life too much. Most Vraken never talk about when they're human." I remember how he dodged my questions, so I nod. I will suppress my anecdotes and do my best to perform as an excited, new Vraken, ready to tell the matriarch about all that I have seen on the surface that can serve her. We spend the rest of the afternoon practicing. Raziel drills me, and not in the way I want. He stalks around me, commenting on the way I move and how to make it more fluid. He asks me questions, feeding me better phrases and adjusting my posture and facial expressions. By the time night falls, he looks pleased, asking me questions that I answer well, and flitting around me to see how I'll react to almost anything. Once he deems me ready, my heart starts to pound because I know it's time to go. "Ready?" he asks me, and I gulp, wanting to shake my head no. I fight it though as I take his head. "Ready." "It'll be faster if I fly," he tells me, scooping me up in his arms, and I wrap my arms around his neck. I'm a little giddy as he steps out of the cave and spreads his wings. I know that I've been his arms before as he's flown, but I've always been unconscious. So when he pushes off the ground, his wings beating steadily behind us, I let out a little excited shriek. He looks down at me with a smile, before whispering, "Watch this." Twisting, he barrels back down toward the trees, and adrenaline pounds through my body. I swear it looks like we're going to crash, but I know that Raziel wouldn't let anything happen to me. Just as the ground approaches, he angles up, and his wings tuck in tight as we glide between two trunks. I feel the tingle of magic along my skin as we slip between the tree trunks, and as soon as we're through, he swings up. We soar up above the trees, and I can see that we are on an island surrounded by the sea, and in the distance there is a sparkling city. "That's Leandor," he whispers to me. "This is where I first came above ground. The portal can open in different places." I nod, taking it all in, and he squeezes me tight. "Are you ready to go underground?" "Yes." I have to admit that I am excited as he lands between the trees at the edge of a cave. Raziel takes my hand, guiding me into the cave. I expect it to end, but as we slip into the damp darkness, he keeps pulling me forward. It's pitch black when we cross through the portal, but I've grown so familiar with the feeling of the air heavy with magic that I know it before I see a light. As we break out of the tunnel, my eyes widen. It's nothing like where we were. I've seen the magic of the wild spot before, but it was in a forest. To see it here, underground in the caves, I'm in shock. We are at the edge of a massive cavern, though I can see different tunnels branching off. There are Vraken everywhere, with wings and without. Some are walking and some are flying, and the walls around them pulse with colours and energy from the Vraken moving near them. I thought all the Vraken would look like Raziel, but besides the pale skin and long dark hair, no one does. They are all varying heights, and even the shades of their skin and hair are different. The darkness around their eyes also seems to be dependent on the person, and while some of them are standing around laughing, others are flaunting their magic. There are Vraken in the air, painting pictures and words with their magic. There are others wiping them out with fire. Vraken from the ground taunt the flying ones as they send gusts of wind and fire at them to dodge, and the rock around everyone seems to absorb the magic. The air feels like it is practically vibrating as the rocks shake and shudder with colour. I'm about to step forward, wanting to feel it all, when Raziel's arms lock around me. He scoops me up, racing through the cavern and toward one of the tunnels expertly. I notice how much attention he draws, or maybe it's me, and I bury myself against him. While it is nerve-wracking to be around such powerful creatures, I trust Raziel to protect me. Instead, I watch the thick veins of magic in the rock pulse as he tears through, lighting up above him as if it senses him. He slows as we approach a door embedded in the rock tunnel, and Raziel lifts his hand, blue glowing at the edge of his fingertips, as he draws what looks like runes in the air. The door swings open, and he sets me down, letting me take in the massive living space. There's a pulsing pond in the middle that ebbs and flows, and the walls are made of shelves and full of artifacts. The ceiling is made of more quartz that glows, and the furniture here looks softer than anything I've ever been on. "This is my home," he tells me. I don't even realise he's walked away from me as I walk to his shelves, surveying dozens of objects that I have no reference for, when he comes back and holds out a pair of thin black pants and a matching shirt. "I think the others caught your scent, but these will help mask it. They're mine. They'll make you look more like a Vraken." I scurry to change, and just as I come back, ready to ask him questions about what is on the wall, there is a knock on the door. Raziel swings it open, and a smaller male stands there, giving him a reverent look. "The council has summoned you, Elder."
Chapter 21. Raziel. I hold my hand out to Seline, and she rushes across the room to take it. She's the picture of a newly made Vraken, not even knowing her own speed and strength yet. I make a show of hissing as she takes my hand, as if she is squeezing too hard when she, in fact, can't hurt me. But the male in front of me doesn't know that, nor does he know that she has honey eyes and pale hair. To him, he sees a brown-eyed brunette beauty, her lips stained with blood of a season. Stupid things didn't get any smarter in my absence. I turn back to the Vraken, nodding to him. It takes all my effort to remember to keep my face neutral and speak as little as possible. I'm so different now, and under Brinda's scrutiny, I will have to be careful, or she will notice. So I wait for the Vraken to turn his back on us before I really study him. Before, I may have not even noticed, but now, especially since I'm on high alert, I realize that I don't know this Vraken. My stomach churns as I notice this, and at every turn, I take my chance to get a glimpse of his face. The shadows around his eyes aren't nearly as dark as mine, and his skin seems to be a shade darker than older Vraken. He's younger, a couple decades old, which means that he's newly recruited to the council. The only reason that the younger generations would be interested in the council is if there is something that's staving off their apathy, and in all my time as a Vraken, the only time I've seen that happen is when there is a promise of violence. As we turn into the massive cavern, it is noticeably emptier than normal, and my limbs start to feel stiff. I try to keep my movements fluid, but they're clearly jerky as Celine's gaze darts to me out of the side of her eye. I squeeze her hand to tell her that I am fine, but I can't help the way that my whole body tightens as we cross into the smaller cavern where the council meetings are held. It's filled to the brim in a way that I haven't seen in centuries. As we pause on the edge of the room, I fight to relax my shoulders and ease my facial expression. I tilt my head subtly so no one can tell that I am watching Seline. But as soon as I do, her scent hits me full force. I can tell she's afraid. I hate that she feels that way, and I trail my hand up the inside of her arm, trying to calm and comfort her. I don't want her to feel so nervous to go before Brinda, and I certainly don't want the others to be able to smell her fear. It would give us away all too easily. Fighting against the impulse to clench my jaw, I try to push my fears away too. But knowing how tenuous my glamour is, easily wiped away by any member of the council, I hope that there isn't a flicker of doubt to make them try. Bring them in. Brinda's voice rings loud and clear above everyone else, and the room is deathly silent as we step into view. There's a long table before the councils, which is still raised on a dais like always. We used to stand before the council, but now, I'm guessing with so many wanting to watch, we are seated before them. I'm careful to lean back in my chair, looking disinterested from everything with my hands placed palm down on the table. My eyes zone out as I wait, but out of the corner of my eye I can see Seline leaning forward, her eyes bright as she takes it all in. I don't think she's acting, and yet she's playing her part perfectly. With the presence of our returned elder, I call this meeting to a start. "Thank you, matriarch," we all respond. She clears her throat before her eyes go to me. Brinda has never loved the way the matriarch is treated. She believes in earned respect, not blind following. That's probably why so many of us trust her. "Elder Raziel, you have returned from your trip to the surface." I let my eyes drag lazily toward her, my eyebrows pinching up just slightly in the middle to show I'm listening. I request, before the council and all that have gathered, a full status report. "Brinda," I say, leaning forward. "May I stand? I don't like change, as you know, and this is uncustomary." Her eyes dart toward Seline before responding. "Of course." I rise slowly, pushing my chair out from behind me and fixing my shirt. I clasp my hands behind my back, coming around the desk so that I'm just slightly in front and to the right of it. "Thank you. As for my report of the surface, it has changed since we've been up there. The lands are no longer as plentiful. There are sprawling dark elf cities instead. A collective hiss ripples through the gathered crowd just at the mention of them. Our portal opens up just across the water from a large city called Liandor." "Is it a military city?" Brinda asks. I snort. The dark elves have fallen far. They're more interested in lustful and gluttonous activities to entertain themselves. They waste their magic with futile shows, but it seems to be less than anything we've encountered. While we've continued to grow strong here, the surface has grown soft, weaker. The crowd roars at that, and I let the ghost of a smile touch my lips, enough to show that even I am satisfied with this. Brinda raises a hand, and that's all it takes to silence the Vraken. "And what of their cities?" "They are large and filled with many dark elves. They've taken to a traditional society, one might even say, is reminiscent of Earth." I watch for an indication that she isn't happy that I have mentioned our old planet, but there is none. "They have castes and jobs and slaves." I take a few steps closer. "And humans." I can feel everyone holding a collective breath as Brinda arches her eyebrow. "Humans? On the surface?" I nod, and internally, I smugly gloat that I was right on the scout's bluff. She knows nothing of it. There are humans everywhere. The dark elves have enslaved them, tormented them, and used them for their pleasure. They've taken what is ours. The crowd starts to grow unruly at this. It is clear that they are enraged, and even a flicker of anger flashes through Brinda's eyes before she raises her voice. "And what of her?" Her eyes don't even need to go to Seline for me to know who she is talking about. I fight every urge to stiffen, to fly in between Seline and Brinda to protect my love. Instead, I smoothly answer, "I found her on my way back, and I thought it would be good to have a witness. I thought she would have more answers about the surface than I could glean in a week. We'll be the judge of that." Her voice lowers as she stares me down. "And we will discuss your decision to make a Vraken without consulting the council first later." I nod, and she finally shifts to look at Seline. "Come forward." Seline rises smoothly, her movements fast but graceful. Her performance skills are lending a hand to our situation as she glides forward, her eyes sparkling. Inclining her head, she says, "How may I be of service?" "Tell me of the surface." She raises her eyes, and I can see the glint of excitement there. Her lips are still bright red, and even this close, my scent masks her well. I nearly hold my breath as I wait for her to speak. "As Elder Raziel said, there are humans everywhere. I am from Leandor, the city he described, but I know there are more dark elf cities across the water. The dark elves are truly selfish and lazy. They use humans or other elves with little magic to do everything for them. It's a harsh caste system that benefits only those at the top, and having money or servants is all that matters to them. Have you ever seen them battle? It's almost word for word a question I had prepped her on. And Seline delivers flawlessly, sticking to our script in that lilting tone that I helped her perfect. No, matriarch, they rarely battle, and if there is a problem, they lean heavily on their magic. Brenda thinks it over, nodding until she finally says, "You may both be seated." We move back to the table, Seline darting faster than I for show of her new powers. I relax back in my chair, but Seline remains upright, eyes bouncing around. "The humans on the surface," she says after a long pause. "Where do they come from? What is their purpose?" Seline gulps, almost like it's painful for her to remember. I didn't teach her that, but oh, how flawless it is. We thought we were all born on Protheka like everyone else. I have no memory of anything other than my life there. Her hands twitch just a little as if she was going to fidget. As for our purpose, we have none. Dark elves have taken us, and we are powerless against them. We've been forced to please them, serve them, endure their torture until our lives end. There is no hope for anything more. Brenda's gaze stays locked on Seline for a long moment, and I fight to keep my heart rate under control. I'm growing nervous under her analytical gaze, and when her lips part, I'm expecting her to wipe away the glamour. Instead, she instructs in her authoritative voice. "Everyone is dismissed. The council needs to deliberate on this new information before a course of action can be chosen." I stand with Seline, inclining my head to Brenda. Seline does the same, and we turn, mixing in with the crowd easily. As soon as we are out of the council room, though, I pull her tight to me, guiding her in the right direction and trying to make sure the only scent anyone catches is mine. I have to get her back to my home immediately. "How did I do?" She murmurs to me so quietly that no one can hear it. I barely did. "Excellent," I whisper back. "Absolutely excellent."
Chapter 22. Seline. "Hey." Raziel runs his hand down my back. "I told you did great." I nod, taking the water he offers me as I continue to stare down into the spring. There are fish in there that I've never seen, that shimmer with a multitude of colours, and the currents pulse with magic that's visible to the eye. And yet, none of that can take my mind off of the council meeting. It's not that I don't think I did well. I am a true performer, and I know that I filled my role well. I do believe that Raziel would tell me if he saw a problem with how I acted, but neither of us find anything troublesome in the way I conducted myself. The problem lies in Brenda. I know how to gauge my audience's reaction, and there is something about the way she watched me and reacted that tells me that she isn't buying it. She believed every word I said about the surface. I could tell that much. But when Raziel said he changed me on his way back and I came to the front, there was a subtle shift in her expression. I don't even know how to pinpoint it. I just feel the doubt growing in me. The other council members seemed curious about me. They were intrigued by me. They leaned in to survey me, and their eyes danced with amazement. But not Brenda. Brenda was studying me, trying to pick me apart. I could see that she would find any loose thread and grab it, and that makes me very nervous. We have too many loose threads to get by her. "You're thinking really hard," he hedges. I blow out a breath. "Tell me about Brenda." He blinks, seeming surprised by my interest. "Oh, okay. Well, Brenda is our matriarch. She is the head of the council. She has final say on everything, and we have the highest respect for her. As you saw, she leads the Vraken. Others help, but it's ultimately her." Raziel shifts, scratching at the back of his head. "And I don't know if you want to know this, but I swore I wouldn't lie to you, and I believe purposeful omission is a lie. Brenda was a partner of mine." My eyes nearly bulge out of my head as jealousy strikes through my core. "You were married?" He chuckles, shaking his head. No, Vraken don't marry." Again, my emotions play out on my face, and he reaches forward to grip my hand. Not saying that we can't find a lifelong mate, but it's just not typical. You see, with Vraken living so long, we find that after a few hundred years, it's hard to be with the same person. Brynda and I had some time together, and we parted ways amicably. So she's not, going to come after me? I hedge. Raziel gives me a half smirk. No, she won't be jealous, unlike you. Huffing, I give him a glare. I'm not jealous. He taps the tip of my nose. Oh, please. I know what jealousy looks like. It was all over your face, but you have to know that what is between us, I didn't have with Brynda or anyone else. No? It warms my heart, and I start to lean into him a little. No, Vraken don't have romantic relationships. It was purely physical. I freeze up at that. I'm not sure if that's really better or worse, but either way, it's not something I necessarily wanted to know. I try to wipe the idea of Raziel with anyone else out of my head, especially that fiery Brynda that has a confidence I've never managed, and push past it. Do you think she's unhappy about you turning me? His lips quirk a little as he tries to hold on to his smile. I'm not really supposed to do something like that without council approval. That's part of the reason I left out the Dark Elves and that one human I killed. They'd be pissed about a trail of bodies. But you don't think you'll get in too much trouble for turning me? You risked telling her something that's not even true. His fingers glide down my face, easing my worries so simply with one motion. You are the first to be made in centuries, and while the action is something that should have gone through the council, I am not concerned about the repercussions. They will see it as a breach of our laws, and I may even be punished, but it won't be anything to fret over. Trust me. Brynda knows I am a rational, respected elder, one of the first Vraken. I wrinkle my nose as he says, Brynda knows. I wonder what else Brynda knows. My frown deepens, and I know that now is not the time to be getting territorial when there is so much more at stake. Raziel pulls me out of my thoughts as he whispers, Besides, they'll be more focused on you proving yourself. I blink, and my heart nearly stops. When I came up with this plan, he did not mention I'd have to prove myself. I have none of the powers of a Vraken. There is no way that I will live up to these expectations. A shiver breaks out over my body, and I shake my head. Raziel, what were you thinking? He picks me up, holding me to his chest as he smooths my hair back and rocks me. Shh, don't worry. Nothing will harm you. I've always promised that. Don't worry about the council. We will be long gone by then. His words are muffled by a sharp knock on the door, and he freezes, leaning back to look at me. The worry in his eyes makes ice shoot through my veins, and it takes everything in me to remember to breathe as he settles me down onto the moss-covered floor. I watch after him as he goes to the door, and when he pulls it open, I see the same Vraken from before. The council summons you. I want to fall back against the floor and refuse, but I know that we can't. Raziel doesn't seem to share the sentiment. I've told Brynda all that I know. I've had a long journey, and I need some rest. The smaller Vraken shifts to the side, and behind him are large winged soldiers. They look like strong warriors, and Raziel goes still. Even he doesn't press it as he turns to me. I scurry to his side, and he wraps an arm around me when their backs are turned. We all go down the same winding path back to the massive caverns, and when we reach the area the council was before, I notice it is empty. We've taken one step aside, Raziel's arm falling away from me, when the guards that were just in front of us twist with amazing speed and leap at us. I cry out, ducking out of their grasp, and only then do I realise they are going for Raziel. I barely have time to process it as two more Vraken launch forward, grabbing at my arms. I scream, trying to fight them as Raziel flails. Blue magic dances around his hands, and his wings flare, but then he curses as another Vraken brands him with fire. Still, he fights, growing flustered as he tries to get to me. Seline! He slams his foot into a guard. I'm not going to let anyone hurt you. Get off of me. He throws one arm forward, but another guard is there to pin him back, and as I struggle against my two captors, of which I am no match for, their hands start to crush my arms. I scream again, vaguely hearing Raziel shout for me over the blood pounding in my ears. My body is full of adrenaline, and I am nearly vibrating with the need to fight or get away, neither of which is a viable option. I jerk up to see 5 guards now pinning Raziel on his knees, one even holding his wings as if they could wreak damage. Knowing him, he'll damage every part of himself to get to me. I'm dragged farther into the room, farther away from Raziel, and when he throws his head back with a roar, blue electricity vibrating along his skin, I feel a surge of confidence as I throw myself forward. One of the guards grabs a fistful of my hair, jerking me back, and while the pain along my skull hurts, it's nothing compared to the pure agony as he sinks his teeth into my now exposed neck. My body convulses as I let out a blood-curdling scream. Lava, jagged and hot, speeds through my veins, burning me alive from the inside out. My eyes squeeze shut as sweat beads along my skin, trying to get rid of the heat within. It's nothing like when Raziel bites me. His venom is a luxury, a beautiful ecstasy. This is my own personal punishment. The guards drop me to the ground as Raziel screams, magic crackling in the air, and several warriors fly off of him, releasing their holds. He's on his feet, a blue flame with massive wings that search for a victim to encase so he can wrench them apart. But then he stops, his eyes not on me, and I follow his gaze to where Brynda sits. She's not surprised or outraged or anything. There is a smug smile on her face, and it grows wider as the warrior nods. She's still human, matriarch.
Chapter 23. Raziel. The warrior's words send icy fear running through my veins. I had feared Brynda would sense the glamour, but I hadn't thought about it since we had been dismissed. I especially hadn't suspected that she would have another male bite Seline to confirm it. Yet there's my beautiful Seline writhing on the floor, tears streaking her face. That fucker didn't even give her a numbing agent, and while I hate the idea of her receiving ecstasy from another man, I'd do anything to help her escape this pain. I continue to stare at Brynda, unable to reconcile this woman with the one whom I shared a bed with for centuries. Her lip is curled up in disgust, and I don't understand it. Is she upset by the lie, the display, or the fact that I brought a human down here? "Take the girl away," she commands, as a new set of hands clamp down on me. Something slams against my knees, and I fall, broken as I watch them pick up Celine's limp body. I need to deal with Raziel. I almost miss the days when I was empty and apathetic. It was easier to manage than this absolute heartbreak pouring through me. My tongue is coated in fear. My limbs tremble with sorrow. I'm both devastated and desperate, wanting to just get Seline out of here. Seline stirs in the male's arms as they cross the room. "Raziel," she whimpers, so low that I don't think Brynda even hears it. The warrior tells her, "You don't need him. Let's finish what we started." Not just pain and fear floods my body anew this time, but so does anger and my instinctive need to protect her. My magic is waning, even here in the wild spawned, from Seline's glamour that has now fallen, and my desperate attempts to get to her. I have to rely on my wit to get out of the arms holding me back. I slam my shoulder into the warrior's on my left and jerk right, sending him toppling into the one behind him. I shoot a leg out, sweeping another one free, and then there are two more on top of me. Out of instinct, I draw on my magic, only to find my well lacking as I knew it would be. I sigh, hanging my head as I'm shoved forward. I can't get free, and my body sags as Seline is carried from the room. Footsteps sound as Brynda walks around her raised table and to the floor in front of me. The warriors drop me, and I don't even lift my head, feeling more broken than I ever have. She grabs a fistful of my hair, jerking my head up so that I'm forced to stare into her eyes that dance with a fire of rage. Her lips curl into a snarl, and her fangs drop down, piercing her lip. "How dare you, Raziel? I sent you to the surface above anyone else because I thought I could trust you, and yet, here you are, trying to deceive me in front of our coven? Do you think I'm a fool? Do you think the whole council is just a mockery?" She leans in closer, and her scent is almost sour to me now as it washes over me. "Or are you just stupid?" She stares at me for so long that I realize she really wants an answer. So, I take the bait. "I'm an idiot for bringing her here." Brynda grins, thinking she's won some kind of battle. For coming back at all, I add, and her smile drops into a furious frown. You know there will be a punishment for this. I gulp. I'll take anything as long as they leave Seline alone. For a crime like this, you must watch as your human is forced to prove herself to us. No, I whisper, dread filling my veins. That's exactly what I didn't want. I promised her that we would be out of here before it came to that. Yes, she will be kept alive in captivity, only accessible by the Council for the rest of her human life. She will be used as she was meant to, as a blood bag whenever needed. We will wait until she reaches the end of her lifespan and change her, forcing her to live eternity in that decrepit body. Then, if she survives the change... She pauses there dramatically, and I know it is because we both know she won't. She'll die alone and in agony as her body shuts down, consumed by venom. You can have your precious human when she no longer serves a use. I open my mouth to object. I want to beg for Celine's life, to protect her from the cruelty that I know the Council can incur. I can't stand the thought of her being used the way I was when I was a child, forced into that agony and fed on until I was begging for death. And I don't want her to be changed. If she does have to become made, then she shouldn't be confined to a body that will limit her, making her days miserable. The idea is unbearable to me, for her to lose everything because I am an idiot. I nearly let all these words fall out of my mouth, but then I remember who I'm talking to. I can't let my emotions get the better of me. Brenda barely registers hers anymore, being as old as I am. She's turned cold and calculating over the years, and there will be no appealing to her better side. She doesn't have one. But she is a true leader, through and through. She makes decisions based on what's best for her people, and I know that as much as she wants to punish me, she'll give that up for the greater good of all the Rockin. I let my jaw set and clear my throat of all emotion. I raise myself up, straining against her grip to look her in the eye, and I swear I see a flicker of disappointment in her gaze as I put myself back together. Your plans to punish Seline will benefit no one, I tell her in a cool, clear voice. Her jaw sets hard. It's not meant to. But think of what could be done with her, I plead, for the betterment of all Vraken. Raziel. Matriarch, one of the council members behind her speaks up, and she finally lets go of my hair. I don't dare show an ounce of relief as I straighten up. I think it's best to hear him out. What could the human offer us? I rise to my full height, ignoring Brenda's glare as I look to the other Vraken before me. Seline will prove more useful in her current state, human and free. To the right of me, Brenda scoffs. You've already seen her bravery, I tell them. She is our fated prey, and yet she came to the den of predators that could destroy her, stood up and gave her best performance. She didn't balk at the most powerful creatures on the planet, and think of what we could do with that bravery. I turn to look at Brenda. Think of what she could do if she wanted to help the Council rather than deceive them. She's a good liar. How does that help us? She snaps. There is a growing human population on the surface. We did not lie about that, nor about the Dark Elves' sprawling cities and vast numbers. There is still the shift in magic that we noticed, and the Dark Elves pose a great threat to us. Brenda sneers. Not here. No, but they will come here. We all know it's a matter of time, especially since we don't know what caused the shift. We have to go to the surface, and most likely soon. It's in the First's prophecy, and as she is always right, she knows this will be the way to our survival. Not hiding underground like a weak race, but rising up against our foes as we are meant to. I pause, clenching my fists. But we can't do that without someone that knows the surface to keep us from making mistakes that will lead the Dark Elves back to us. Brenda falls silent as she considers all that I've said, but to my left I can see the other council members. They look eager, and I can tell they agree with me. We are all tired of living below ground. We are no longer depleted in numbers and new to these bodies in this world. The Dark Elves have grown lazy, and we can easily defeat them. Only none of that will happen without Brinda's approval. She is the matriarch, and she must say that our race can return to the surface. Otherwise, I may as well be left out in the sun to shrivel and go mad, because Celine's fate will ultimately kill me. And I may have ruined any redeeming chance we had by speaking out of turn. I know that Brinda can be more lenient with me, and she even respects me some. Or she used to. That doesn't allow me to behave as I have, and she may punish us just because of that. I need evidence, Brinda finally says, and my heart nearly gives out. I need to see her worth. We can't base the future of our entire race on some girl that's won you over. I need to know that her value is worth more than your sentence. I nod and she looks past me. Have them bring the girl back in! The warrior takes off down the tunnels going to find Seline, and I nearly sag with relief. But Brinda catches my jaw in a bruising grip. If she can't prove that she is worth it to me, she hisses in a low voice that I doubt anyone else can hear. The original sentence stands.
Chapter 24. Seline. My body still trembles from the pain of the venom, though I think it has been washed from my system by now. It's hard for me to tell, though. Just like it's been hard to tell time in this pitch-black coffin they dumped me in. It could have been minutes or hours for all I know. I don't care. I'm just relieved when the top peels back to reveal the two guards as they drag me from the damp enclosed space. Oh, look! One of them grins menacingly. She's awake. My lips tremble, but I firm them, refusing to beg them. I'm almost certain they're here to torment me, and no amount of crying will change their mind. But as they drag me forward, my feet unable to keep up as my body tries to give out on me, I realise we are going back before the council. My heart thunders at the thought of standing before Brinda again. Does she want to torture me? As we come around the corner, I spot Raziel. His face is impassive, his hands clasped behind his back, but I can see the flicker of concern in his eyes. Behind him, the council is seated, and I hate the calculated gaze of Brinda as it scalds my skin. I want nothing more than to run into Raziel's arms, and to my relief, they drop me as soon as we reach the centre of the room. My knees nearly give out on me, but Raziel is there, catching me. He's always there to make sure that I am okay. When his gaze meets mine, there is fear and worry there. I can tell that we aren't safe yet. Just because I've been brought back in here doesn't mean that all is forgiven. Human, Brinda addresses. Seline, Raziel murmurs. To my surprise, Brinda doesn't stiffen at his correction. She raises her eyebrows, and then a slightly amused smile touches her lips. Maybe that's a dangerous sign with her. Seline, what are you worth? I blink. Out of all the things I thought I was brought out here for, it is not this. I don't know how to answer that either. I want to ask her what she means, but that doesn't seem wise, so I just stand there staring at her in confusion. She sits up taller, nearly shouting, "Explain why you deserve to live freely, and now beneath the Vraken." Behind me, Raziel's arms tighten around me, and I can feel his whole body stiffen. He seems nervous, and I want to proceed cautiously. I rack my brain, trying to remember if Raziel told me about this at all. I can't recall this being an answer we had prepped, and I know that if Brinda is expecting something specific, he would have told me. Raziel had been so precise and thorough before we came here that I know he wouldn't have left anything out. This is an impromptu question, and I fear that it may determine what happens to us next, so I do what I can to prepare. I take a deep breath, rolling my shoulders back and drawing from my performer's well. I find that centre, that calm and confidence that allows me to command a stage as my mind runs through everything I know about the Vraken. I am human, I start, and that ghost of a smile touches Brinda's lips again. I'm starting to think it is not a good thing. While you might see that as a disadvantage, something that makes me weak, it actually gives me more knowledge and abilities than you would have on the surface. And just like that, her smile drops. I take it as a good thing and press on. Not even the most powerful Vraken would survive on the surface. We both know that. That's why you sent Raziel to scout instead of just emerging there again. You know you can't thrive there, and you don't want your race to die out. What does that have to do with you? she spits. While I think the underground tunnels are impressive, and they have definitely served their purpose, don't you think that it's time the Vraken returned to the surface? The Dark Elves have overrun the planet, and while their magic is inferior, their numbers will cause a problem, especially if you are wanting humans back. They will be all too eager to attack you. Brynda barks out a laugh. And you think you will be helpful in a war? What makes you think we can't bring the Dark Elves to their knees on our own? I purse my lips. For one, if you thought you could, you wouldn't be down here anymore. For two, I know that most of your newer generation Vraken can't sun glamour well, and no one can sun glamour for that long when using their magic, especially outside of a wild spont. She blinks at that, seemingly surprised at my knowledge. With Vraken being so vulnerable and limited on the surface, I continue, having a human, or multiple, to partner with will give you the freedom you need. We blend in easily, have no problems in the sun, and know a lot about Dark Elves. Think of all that we could offer you. What if I just kill you for causing all this trouble and get a few new humans? Brynda arches an eyebrow like she has just come up with an ingenious plan. I arch my eyebrow back at her. If you want to enslave a few humans and hope that you can trust them enough not to tell your hiding spots, share intimate knowledge about the Vraken, and bring in supplies so that no one has to blister in the sun, be my guest. Kill the person who is willing to help you and has no desire to see any harm come to any of you, unlike a slave without a freedom. Her lips press into a firm line. I see your point. Having a group of humans that want to help you can make all the difference between surviving and overcoming the Dark Elves. You could have a great victory with minimal damage with someone like me at your side. You said a group, she replies, squinting. I nod, nearly bouncing on my toes. I can feel Brynda's gaze turning less icy, and I'm growing excited as I share my plan with her. Yes, there are many others like me on the surface that want to be out from under the Dark Elves. They are oppressive and cruel, and it would take me no time to gather more people to help us. Humans would choose a life with Vraken, a literal predator, over some thin, annoying creatures with poor magic. Brynda shakes her head. I think you overestimate your potential. I think you underestimate what is happening on the surface, I counter. The humans have no allegiance to the Dark Elves. It is very, very rare that anyone would willingly choose to be around them. The Dark Elves have done nothing but enslave, torture, sell, abuse, and use us for generations. Telling anyone that they have a choice for something more, they will take it. I take another breath to calm my racing heart as I add, I know you all have magic and could easily kill humans, but most people will choose the possibility of safety, rather than knowing what kind of torment waits for them. And humans are hard workers. That's why the Dark Elves love to use us. We could accomplish so much together. I take a small step forward, closing a little of the distance between Brynda and I have to fight a smile as I feel Raziel's fingers trail over my sides. As much as I want to remain in the safety of his arms, I know I need to take this step forward, with my head high and my bravery on full display. You ask me what I'm worth, and to the Vraken, I am invaluable. I want to be the first ever link between the humans and the Vraken, to help you all grow and thrive. I can help you all excel on the surface. To me, I'm worth more to you, alive and free, than the magic in your veins, because I can take you places even your own abilities can't. As my last words leave my mouth, I fight to keep my heart from beating out of my chest. I hope I didn't come across as cocky, but I really needed to prove that I am needed by them, or they will shove me back in that box and keep me in agony until my body gives out. And even knowing that, I meant everything I said. I do believe life is better with the Vraken, even though they can inflict so much damage, because they are at least rational. They are governed by a set of rules, and while they may want to drink from humans, I believe they will not treat their partners as so little, unlike the Dark Elves. I can see that Brynda cares deeply for her people, and I know that they will all make sacrifices to get out of here. I've seen it on every Vraken's face. They hate the Dark Elves, and they miss the freedom of the surface. Internally, I beg Brynda to believe me. I can take them so far. She just has to say yes. Please, please, send me to the surface with Raziel.
Chapter 25. Raziel. My heart swells as I listen to Seline. She is so incredible, and I just can't believe how well she is doing in the face of Brynda and the Council. Few Vraken could stand before the matriarch so bravely, and yet she stepped up before their scrutinizing gaze and dared them to say she isn't worth her life. Not only that, but she handled herself beautifully. She spoke with great reason, extensive knowledge, and the commanding presence that only the matriarch herself usually carries. Despite how eloquently she spoke, I am concerned that they will dismiss her. I fear the worst, and if they condemn her, saying that they don't need her when they obviously do, I won't be able to save her. The terror fills my heart, and for a brief second I consider going for it now. If I have to change her to save her from the life Brenda wants to subject her to, I will. My fingers rake over my wrist, and I consider it. I could rip my skin open and dive into her neck, both of our blood spilling into each other's mouths before anyone could stop me. I'm certain Seline would survive the change, and no matter what punishment is handed down to me, it would be worth it. Because nothing would break me like stealing Celine's innocence. I don't want to take her humanity, and as my sharp nails bite into my skin, I decide against it, relaxing my fists. I can't do that to her. The silence continues to fill the room until I feel like I'm suffocating, and yet Seline still stands tall. Her shoulders are pushed back, her head is held high, and she hasn't broken Brenda's eye contact. It's just as I said, she's braver than any Vraken. We may have magic and strength and speed. Some of us can even fly, and none of us can die, and yet we wouldn't dare take the risk she does. She knows all that could come crashing down, and she does it anyway. I want Celine's verdict to fall on its own, without my meddling. But the silence is killing me. My fears break through my resolve, and without fully deciding on it, I step forward, my arm going around Seline. Brenda's eyes move to me, and I know that this could be a mistake, but the words are already falling out of my mouth. If it helps your decision, matriarch. She looks like she's going to snort at my calling her by her formal title. I can't think of the last time I've said that, though it must have been centuries ago. Seline is my mate. As the mate of not only a Vraken, but an elder, I believe she should be given the same rights as any other Vraken mate. I suck in a breath, hoping that I am not further condemning either of us. We all know that Seline must keep her humanity to provide the type of service as she has outlined for you, and in exchange for that, in addition to allowing us to perform the mating ceremony and maintaining our safety, we will swear our lives in servitude to the Council. I know that it will be a selling point to Brenda. While she might consider it wrong to allow a human to partake in Vraken ceremonies, though the mating ceremony is rarely, if ever, used, she has wanted me as part of the Council for a long time. With my wisdom, age, and wings, I bring a lot of value to the Council. She's been telling me for hundreds of years that instead of moping about, I should put my time to good use. I always told her I had no interest, and I still don't. But if it protects Seline, I'll make the sacrifice. Besides, working at Celine's side is my dream come true, no matter what it is. As the silence continues, I feel the need to keep talking, which I know is her tactic. During my time on the surface, I spotted several areas where the Vraken could set up bases. They are hard to detect, are generally avoided by humans and dark elves, and have such intense magic that it would be easy to construct base-wide sun glamours to protect everyone. Brenda places her hands on the table, looking down at me with that telltale grin. She feels she holds all the power. Why do you sound like you're bargaining, Raziel? Because I will only reveal those locations if the Council agrees to all that Seline and I have said. You will give her this role instead of subjecting her to her previous sentence. I'll even take a Council-approved group above ground to set up the base with Seline, so that we can start recruiting humans and migrating to the surface. But first, you know what you have to say, Brenda. Her jaw clenches, and I take the chance to dart a glance at Seline from the corner of my eye. I can see the shocked look on her face, and I have a feeling that it doesn't have to do with me wanting to go to the surface or even bargaining for her safety. I know that Seline could see how little I wanted to go back underground. I've said it a handful of times, I'm sure. So there can only be one reason that both surprise and a hint of excitement dances on her face. The prospects of mating. We haven't discussed it, and I really hope that she does say yes. I don't want her to think that I'm forcing her into it, but I had to ensure that it was built into our negotiations. I don't want them to spare her life, only to have her ripped away from me. And that sounds like something that Brynda would do just to punish me. A soft murmur behind Brynda draws my attention, and my eyes run over the council. The two to Brynda's right are whispering something. With a deep frown, the matriarch turns, and the other two council members move closer. I slip closer to Seline, sliding my hand into hers as we await their verdict. I know that Brynda has final say, but she does value the other members' opinions, as a good matriarch should. "What are my chances?" Seline murmurs, and no one else seems to hear her. Brynda is nodding, listening to another Rakan whose gaze keeps flicking to Seline. "I think they're good," I whisper back. Finally, after what feels like an eternity of waiting and silence, the council twists back around and takes their seats. Brynda levels her gaze first on me, and then Seline. "We have decided," she says in her authoritative voice, "in exchange for your help in recruiting humans, setting up the first above-ground base, and dedicating your services to the council." I'm trembling with excitement. "We will allow Seline to remain human, and grant you both permission to mate." I sweep her up in my arms as she lets out a relieved breath, and I catch her in a crushing kiss. It's rejuvenating and eases my still-shot nerves, and when I finally set her back down, I crush her against my body. Not having the chance to check before, my fingers trail along her skin. I want to make sure that she isn't hurt, and when my thumb brushes against her still-healing bite mark, my eyes shoot up to the guard that bit her. Snarling, I tell him, "If you ever touch her again, I will rip your throat out and leave you to gasp for air as your body heals. It is a pain you will never come back from." "You are both dismissed," Brynda says, leaning back with an exasperated sigh, and I don't waste a second. I scoop Seline up in my arms, pressing her to my chest as I rush into the massive cavern. Others stare at us as we rush through, not having seen her without the glamour before. She is a sight to behold with her pale hair that stands out so much down her among all the dark-haired, dark-eyed Vraken. Seline is still a pale and striking beauty. I slow as we approach my door, and letting my magic warm my hand, I draw the unlocking runes in the air before it. The door clicks open and I rush in, dropping her to her feet as I kick the door shut. "I can't believe you did it," I tell her, cupping her face and pulling her in for another kiss. "You were absolutely incredible. No one has ever stood up to Brynda like that." "I just did as you told me," she whispers, her hands coming up to cover mine, and it's not lost on me as tears start to fill her eyes. I drop to my knees before her, holding her like glass. "Seline, I'm so sorry I put you through all of this. I should have just left you in the cave." She shakes her head. "No. Then we would have never been able to negotiate the best deal for us. We get to help your people and go to the surface. Together." A tear slips free and I swipe it away. "Then why are you crying, darling?" Her bottom lip starts to tremble, and her teeth sink into it as she tries to get a hold of herself. When she finally does speak, her voice warbles, thick with unshed tears and emotion. "Mates," she sobs joyfully.
Chapter 26. Seline. The question falls softly off my lips, scared and hopeful. We hadn't talked about being mates before, and I worry that when he asked the council, it was only to further sell our proposal. But as he slips a hand behind my head and pulls me gently forward so that our lips meet, I feel a tenderness that can't be faked. I lean into him, savouring his taste on my lips, and when we part, I smile softly. Raziel grins back at me, brushing my hair back from my face. His fingers linger along my skin, sending sparks of excitement down my spine. "I'm sorry for springing that on you in front of everyone." I wish I could have asked you first instead of you hearing it like that, but the council has to approve it, and I thought it was best to build it into our negotiations. I shake my head. I understand. He kisses the tip of my nose, holding my face between his palms. For Vraken, we rarely mate. It's like I told you before. Most Vraken can't choose a lifelong mate. Being immortal makes the concept of one person seem impossible. Raziel sucks in a shuddering breath. But I know that all I want for the rest of my life is you. My heart starts to pound, and tears well in my eyes. He pulls me closer, half supporting my weight as he kneels before me. There will never be anyone else for me, Seline. I am yours and only yours for all eternity, if you will have me. He clears his throat, pulling one knee up as he slides his hand down my arm. I don't know if this is how humans still propose, but it's what we did when I was on Earth. His lips quirk into a nervous smile. Seline, will you choose me for the rest of your life and be my mate? My heart feels like it's going to explode and I shriek, "Yes!" I throw myself forward, wrapping my arms around his neck as I rock us back, our lips crashing together. Raziel cups the back of my head, parting my lips, and I let him. My entire body is flushing hot as he holds me. I pull him tighter to me, wanting to mold him to me. How could he think I'd ever want anyone else? He is all that I want for the rest of my life, and my heart soars as I know that I will be all he wants for the rest of his. I jerk back, tears filling my eyes as the painful realization hits me. Wait. Raziel freezes, blinking as he takes me. Nafasam, what's wrong? What's Nafasam? A grin breaks across his face. It's what my father used to call my mother. It means you are my breath, the very thing that keeps me living. And that only makes my heart break more. Tears race down my cheeks and I ask him, what will happen when I die? I'm not immortal like you, and I have to stay human for my role. I reach out, holding the face I couldn't imagine never waking up next to again. Do you want to change me when I'm older? He shakes his head before I get the full sentence out, wiping the tears from my face. No, my sweet. You are perfect just the way you are. I wouldn't change a thing about you. I don't want you to have to be immortal because of me. And I love you enough to continue without you once you go. You'll still be it for me. My shoulders shake as his words hit me, and the pain is obvious on his face. You always have the option for me to change you if you want, he reassures me. I'll never deny you your own choices, but I won't make them for you. I nod. Thank you. He kisses my cheeks, trying to clear my tears. Anything for my Nafasam. I reach for him, trying to pull him back into a kiss, but then he gasps, jerking back. I almost forgot. He rushes to the shelves along the wall, his hands hovering in the air as his eyes search for something. Suddenly, he jerks forward to swipe something, and he comes back in front of me, kneeling again and presenting me with a ring. It's an ornate gold ring. It looks old and extremely beautiful. It's from my human days on Earth. I kept it all this time, and now I want you to wear it, to symbolize my promise to protect and love you as long as you'll let me. Oh, Raziel. I lean in to kiss him, and he reaches for my left hand. It's beautiful. He slips it on my fourth finger. Is this another human thing? He chuckles. It used to be, at least. You've taught me so much about being human. I giggle. I think we're done with lessons for the day, he teases, wrapping his arms around my middle as he stands. Check out the uncut version on Kindle Unlimited.
Chapter 27. Raziel. I stare after Seline, realizing once again, as I do every day, that I've never seen anyone more beautiful. Dressed in thin white robes that show off her excellent figure, Seline is a walking temptation for me. We have to leave soon for the mating ceremony. The council presides over all mating ceremonies, and while I am sticking to tradition, I wish that we could have had something more intimate, preferably not in a room with Vraken that have bitten and threatened the life of my mate. Ready? Seline asks as she finishes pinning half of her hair up into a beautiful style. I hold my hand out to her. I've been ready since the first night I saw you. The smile that spreads across her face is more than enough to take my breath away. Hand in hand, we walk down the tunnels to the council room, but I pause at the edge of the room, shocked by the amount of Vraken gathered here. I know that Seline and I are the first Vraken human pair to mate. Before, any human that fell in love with a Vraken would simply be changed. That, combined with the way that most generations flock to any public appearance of mine, especially this one with my apathetic reputation, has brought out most of our population. Seline tugs at me and I follow her into the room. Where the council's table usually sits, an altar has been erected. Brynda, who will be our officiant as the matriarch always is, stands beneath it, holding a basin full of crystal clear water, an honor to our god. He presents through reflections, like he did with the first, when he came to her through the surface of a river. We both ascend the steps up to the altar, standing hand in hand in front of Brynda. I squeeze Celine's hands, and Brynda lifts her head to announce to the crowd. Before the eyes of Akeldama and the blessings of the first, we will mate these two today. The guests fall silent. First, they will pledge their intentions to each other and our coven to be judged by our god. I nod to Seline. We both decided I would go first. Seline, I vow to be your mate, to be someone you can trust and confide in. I will always protect you and give you everything I have, in this lifetime and everything next. I will love you until time itself stops, even if I don't have you that long. You will always be the only one for me. Her eyes are misty, and her fingers tug at mine as I continue. To the council, I pledge my life in devotion to your services. I will bring honor to our coven and do everything I can for my people. To my coven, I promise to put the needs of my people above my own. I will honor our traditions in my actions and bring glory to Akeldama and the first with the life I have been blessed with. I squeeze Celine's hands and she grins at me nervously. When she speaks, though, her voice is loud and clear, a performer always. Raziel, I vow to give you my heart. I will be there for you through everything, to bear your burdens and help you when you need it. I will be there by your side every day until my body is no longer able. And even then, my soul will always be yours. There will never be anyone else for me. I love you. She gulps, seemingly more nervous about the next two, but her gaze never leaves mine. To the council, I pledge my life to bringing the Vraken to glory. I will pour my soul into my new role, and I will do everything to bring honor to my newfound people. To my coven, I promise to do everything I can to improve the lives of my people. I will look to Akeldama and the first for guidance, and thank them for all that they have given us. Every day I will strive to repay the new life I've been given amongst my people. Brynda speaks. With the pledges, we will ask Akeldama if this union is to be blessed. I let go of one of Celine's hands, pulling an ornate blade from my waistband. I unsheath it, slicing my palm, and hand it to her. She follows suit, and we clasp hands again, this time over the basin. I watch as our mixed blood hits the water, and my heart thuds in my chest. Akeldama, please let your favor be known. The droplets of blood collect on the surface of the water, never mixing in, and as it spatters into the basin, the blood flows over the sides. The droplets splash onto the ground next to our feet, leaving the water crystal clear. The union has been blessed! Brynda looks between the two of us. With these pledges and the blessing of Akeldama and the first, you are pronounced mates. Raziel, you may claim your bride. She raises her eyebrows at me and I smirk, knowing I didn't tell her about this part. I reach up to cup her face, our sliced palms already healed. Mine healed on its own, and I gave Seline a soft bite before we came here to ease her nerves and enhance her healing. And maybe I just wanted a taste too. I pull her in, pressing my lips to hers, and as they meet, I sweep her up in my arms.
Chapter 28. Seline. I didn't realize how insignificant time is until I spent a week with immortals. Since Raziel and I mated, everything has passed by blissfully. I can barely keep up with time down here. Outside of when I grow tired, but Raziel is used to it. He keeps me oriented so we're never late. Being underground for this long has made me miss the sunshine and wind, though there is a magic breeze that flits through the tunnels. I couldn't imagine being down here as long as the Vraken have. I think that just the idea of fresh air is pushing us all to work even harder on the plans for the above-ground base, and we have gathered a group and ironed out all the details in record time. We're supposed to be leaving in the morning, and the entire coven is buzzing with excitement in preparation for us to leave. The council was very specific on who they picked to come with us. It's mostly Vraken elders, though there are some younger generations. Raziel said that they couldn't send the council themselves in case it fails. He's been working hard with the council, especially Brinda, and I've been working hard not to be jealous. I know that Raziel and I are mated, and that it is a sacred bond that no one would dare thwart. Even if they did, Raziel would never reciprocate. For that reason, I've bit my tongue as he's gone to his own meetings to vet any potential members of our group. It's been an incredibly in-depth process that I haven't understood, but as of yesterday, the final decisions were made. But it's clear that anyone not chosen is jealous. Multiple scouts have been sent out since Raziel first went to the surface, and after meeting me, the Vraken are growing restless. It's one thing to know that the surface is there. It's another to hear of others going and not being able to join. I don't blame them, though. I'm relieved to be going back above ground permanently. I don't think I would be able to handle it if I was told to stay down here. But as excited as I am to go to the surface again, I'm nervous about my new role. I feel there are high expectations waiting for me, and that is tough on its own under Brinda's scrutiny. But with this being a new project that is risky at best, we have a great chance of failure. And by failure I mean I'll die, and they'll all be reduced to husks of themselves and probably captured. A fate worse than death, really. It terrifies me, but I know that this is what is in the best interest for the Vraken. Honestly, I believe it's in the best interests of humans too, to escape the oppression that the Dark Elves have brought upon us. I have hope for a better future for Protheka, but I won't get ahead of myself. This mission will require the utmost tact and secrecy, which is one of the reasons that only older Vraken have been chosen. The younger generations struggle to control themselves around humans. Several have avoided me at all costs, because the temptation is too much. Raziel picked those with the best self-control, because nothing would sabotage this mission, like the Vraken attacking the very people that agree to work with them. And we have to stay alert and focused if we're going to start taking out the Dark Elves without being noticed. It's all enough to make me sick, and I consider again that maybe I'd be better off down here. I know Raziel brags on me for being brave, but deep down I'm petrified. It only gets worse the more I think about it. The only thing that's kept me sane is staying busy. Between the plans, meetings, and my time with Raziel, I've barely had time to remember that I'm down here. And when it does start to weigh on me, my loving mate brings me back out of it. One of the things we've been doing together is cooking. Obviously there is no kitchen down here, but we've managed to construct a fire pit and fashioned a few tools to cook food for me. Finding meat isn't that difficult with Raziel's quick reflexes and the throbbing spring in the middle of the room. Unfortunately, that really only leaves me with fish, but he's also found a few plants and other growths around some parts of the cave, growing off of magic instead of sunlight. I've been trying to show Raziel how to cook. He's determined to be a good husband, but when our only options here are to fillet a fish by hand and rip up some plants to roast with no spices, it's hard to make even a decent meal. It's another thing I'm looking forward to about the surface. I miss seasonings, and I almost want to laugh. What a weird thing to miss. A loud bang brings me back to attention, and I have to fight a laugh as I watch Raziel fumbling about, trying to chop and cook what looks like a strange plant he found and chunks of boneless fish. If I was to be honest, I'd have to admit he's hopeless. It's been so long since Raziel has eaten or cooked anything that he forgot the words. When I said seasonings or skillet, he just stared at me blankly, like I was speaking another language. Right now, he's muttering under his breath in his native language, and though it is soft-sounding, I can tell he is flustered. He only slips into another tongue when his brain is elsewhere. He really is so sweet, and it makes my heart swell as I watch him struggle, determined to do this for me. He's been concerned that I'm pushing myself too hard, and insists that I relax when I'm at home with him. I don't have the heart to tell him that I'm a better cook, and that's why I want to do it. Nafasam, he coos as he comes over to me, and I grin at him. He looks so proud as he lays the plate he fashioned out in front of me, and I am thankful that I've spent so many years learning how to school my features into the correct mask for performances. Otherwise, I might have just broken his heart. "Thank you, my love," I tell him, squeezing his hand, and he hovers next to me, waiting to see me take a bite. I know that I'm going to have to force this down already. The plant, whatever it is, looks soggy and wilted, and the fish is raw in some spots and burnt in others. Raziel is skilled in many ways, but I am afraid it will never be in his culinary skills. I spoon a piece of fish into my mouth, barely chewing as I choke it down, and I flash him a bright smile. "I appreciate how much work you put into this," I tell him. His smile grows wider as he turns around to clean up, and I know that I could never rob him of that joy. Raziel may seem like a heartless man to others, but I know how deeply he cares. So, I force the food down, giving him encouraging nods when he turns to look at me. I'm careful to never lie to him. I do appreciate him and all his effort, even if it makes my stomach turn. It also means a lot to me that he has been working so hard to make sure I rest when he has been rushing around tirelessly. He never takes a break for himself, and I swear that he's almost more eager than I am to get back to the surface. I can't wait to see his face when we get back up there. It was so hard for him to come back down here, and I wish I could have been there the first time he tasted fresh air and flew without restrictions, but I'm happy to be a part of it this time. Even though our primary goal is to set up the above-ground base, I am also looking forward to the life I have with my mate. He will get to show me new things about Vraken on the surface that simply can't be done below, like magical feats and flying. But I get to show him what Protheka is like now. He's taught me a lot about what it used to mean to be human, and I get to show him what it does now, without all the torture and suffering, of course. He even said that we may be able to go into the city with a glamour, but we'll have to do a few tests first. Just as I manage to finish the dinner, a soft knock raps on the door. "I'll get it," I tell him, crossing the cave to the entrance. When I pull the door open, I'm not too surprised to see a young scout standing there. The amount that shows up on our doorstep daily would be impressive if I didn't know that no one had anything better to do down here. "Hi," I tell him. "Are we needed?" He shakes his head. "No. The matriarch just wanted me to confirm that you intend to depart in the morning with your test group. The supplies will be gathered for you and placed at the entrance." My heart flutters at the thought, and I grin as I nod. "Tell Brynda that we will be setting out just before dawn."
Chapter 29. Raziel. The pre-dawn air tastes sweet on my tongue, and I feel refreshed as we emerge from the cave into the woods. The magic is noticeably lacking, and I look around at the other Vraken to see their heads tipped back as they soak in the sky. It's a sight to behold after centuries. Even I feel a weight lifted off of me as I look up at the rapidly brightening horizon, to see trees and vegetation, to spread my wings and feel a real breeze. It all refreshes my soul just as it did the first time and every time since. I catch Seline watching me and lean down to kiss her. "Are you happy to be back up here?" She nods. "We should get to the wild spawn before the sun comes up, though," she reminds me. "Right. I lead us all toward the portal, though I'm sure the others can feel it as we approach." Seline links her hand through mine, and we step through the portal back to our first home. It's the perfect spot for us to set up an above-ground base with plenty of magic, a portal that leads to Leondor and another that connects to the cavernous tunnel. Will be nearly impossible to find and be able to stay well protected with the level of magic that the wild spawn provides. I lead us all past the cave that will always hold a special place in my heart, to the clearing where we've been erecting buildings over the last few weeks. It's what I've spent most of my time doing, guiding the Vraken who can sun glamour out here to help build housing and meeting areas for the 36 members of our group when we finally came up here. Just as I had expected, we were able to cast a base-wide sun glamour, so that even those with us who can't harness the power are safe. The magic of the wild spawn keeps it going, so none of us are diminished to protect ourselves. I watch as the sun comes up, bathing us all in its rays, and not a single Vraken burns. Some wince in old fear, but the sun glamour holds strong. "Great job," Seline whispers, and I try to stifle my pride. I'm excited, though. It gives us the option to work during the day. I'm sure that many Vrakin will still sleep through the day and be up at night, though. Old habits die hard. There are living quarters just through here, I announce to the group, charging forward. And again, I am impressed with our own work. We've built a number of buildings in just a week, and while they are not the most luxurious rooms, they will do. There is enough housing for all of us, a meeting hall with enough room as we expand. We even started on separate living quarters, kitchens, and a garden for humans once we start to recruit. And secretly, I was thinking of Seline the whole time. I wanted her to have a proper kitchen with real vegetables and impressive meals. She guided us all through it, teaching us about spices and what would grow best out here. There are so many things humans need that we just don't think about anymore. We've all been Vrakin for too long. Because of Seline, though, I feel confident that any human would find this place not only better than a dark elf's basement, but they'll be comfortable and happy. All of their needs will be met. She's told me about how little the dark elves consider them, and while she has worked tirelessly to have everything ready, she also seems nervous about welcoming humans onto our base. She worries about how the Vrakin will react when there are more people, as most either ignore her or are far too interested. As the Vrakin go into their rooms to set up the belongings they brought with them, I squeeze her hand. Soon you won't be the only human here. I don't say the next part that I'm thinking. She won't be lonely anymore. Raziel, I've been more than happy with you. I don't care about anything else. I pick her up, kissing her delicately before stopping before a door at the end of the hall. Do you want to see our new home? I've kept it a secret from her, and she smiles as she nods her head. I draw the runes before the door, unlocking the entrance, and I take her in, sitting her down. The shelves are already stocked with my old belongings, and a big bed sits in the center. There's a large adjoining bathroom, and as a bit of an homage, there are pieces of quartz that glow, fixed like lights above the bed, and a miniature fountain in the corner, like both of our past homes. Small, bouncing lights bump against the ceiling to illuminate the dim room, the sun not quite high enough to shine inside yet. And best of all, there are windows so we can see outside. Oh, Raziel, she breathes. This is beautiful. You built all of this? I nod. For us, Nafasam. She presses her hands to her lips, and the look on her face as she takes in the high ceilings and little details I added is worth all the backbreaking work. It was hard to build all of this in such a short time, and I can feel the aches deep in my muscles, even with the help of magic. But nothing was going to stop me from building the home of my dreams for my mate, like I always wanted. It's a long-ago hope that I had buried, and it is almost a relief to see it come to life. Are you hungry? I hedge. She turns, her eyes sparkling. Show me the kitchen. We race down the halls, giddy as we take it all in, and I feel like I'm seeing it fresh through her eyes. While Seline has helped design a lot of it, she hasn't been up here but once to help find the right spices and plants for the garden. It's her first time taking it all in. She almost passes the kitchen and I have to pull her back, setting her on one of the stools in front of the large counter in the center of the room. I don't ask what she wants because I've been planning this dish for some time. My mother used to make this for me when I was a child on the weekends if we had done well over the week. It was a sign that our family was flourishing and would always get us excited. As I summon the ingredients, the wild spont making them transport into my hand, so it looks as if they are appearing out of thin air, Seline walks around the kitchen. She inspects it, and is surprised when she finds a stack of books, most with recipes. What are these? She grins. The older Vrakin gave those to me. We all kept things from our past lives, but many of us felt they could be put to better use. She pulls one down, opening it as her eyes scan it. Her eyebrows pinch together as she struggles with a word, and then smooths out as she figures it out. It's one of her personal goals. She wants to know how to read, and she's gotten pretty good at it. She said it would help her fulfill her role better, and it might help her with other humans, too. As always, I support whatever she wants. I watch her as I cook, plating the meal on real plates and not bent sheets of metal that have been repurposed. We crafted these to keep the food warm without burning whoever is holding it. As I slide the plate in front of where she is sitting, she looks up at me with a smile and then back down at the plate. Her face changes slightly, and I don't really understand why. I haven't been able to figure out why she stares at food with that odd expression, but I don't want to seem rude by asking. "Thank you, my love," she murmurs before picking up her fork. I watch as she heavily evaluates the dish before picking a bite and bringing it to her mouth. As soon as it hits her tongue, she pauses, her eyes widening as she looks back down at the plate. She looks shocked. My heart pounds and I lean forward, worried I've given her something awful. "What is it? What's wrong?" She shakes her head. "Nothing's wrong." "You've never made that face before when eating my food." She shovels another bite into her mouth, not even paying me any mind as she says, "This is delicious." She takes bigger bites, enthusiastically eating now, and pride swells in my chest. I'm glad that she loves it. I open my mouth to tell her that it is from my childhood when it hits me. If this food is delicious, and she's never reacted like this before. "You hated my cooking." Seline stills, looking up at me with a guilty expression. "No, I knew you tried really hard." I shake my head, but a smile cracks through. "You hated it, but you ate it anyway." She reaches out, taking my hand. "I couldn't hurt you like that. It wasn't really your fault with such limited options anyway." She takes another bite. This is amazing." I chuckle, coming around to where she is and kissing her temple. "I love you." "I love you too." She peeks at me out of the corner of her eyes. "And if you keep cooking like this, I'll love you even more." She blushes as I burst out laughing, but her shoulders ease. My heart swells knowing how much she wants to make me happy, and I know that I will spend the rest of my life doing everything I can for this woman. Holy first, I love her more than I ever thought was imaginable. Chapter 30. Soren. Brinda's fiery hair shines above everyone else, drawing the eye to the matriarch. But my gaze is focused elsewhere, on an unlikely pair that no one can stop talking about nowadays. Raziel and Seline. I am still in shock about their mating. Everyone knew the elder before. He rarely left his room, refused to take part in anything with the council, and was overall aloof toward the general population of the Vraken. He had fooled us well during his report, seemingly remaining the same. But I was in the cavern when they took Seline from him, when they sentenced her to death. I've never seen a single Vraken tormented. Not blistered in the sun. Not starved for weeks. It was like we had taken the air out of his lungs and withheld it. When the matriarch announced that an above-ground base would be built, I knew I had to be here. After seeing what happened to Raziel, and growing quite complacent underground myself, I had to get to the surface. It has lived up to expectations. I had forgotten what the sun felt like, and with the glamour in place, I love walking outside just before I go to sleep after dawn. It makes me realize how much I've hated the dampness of the caverns. When it was announced we'd be having our first council meeting, dread flooded my body. I feared having to go back below ground, but to all our relief, the council came here. I think they wanted to stretch their wings too. While everyone is still a part of our coven and must live by the rule of the council, there will be assignments to maintain order until we all are moved above ground, Brinda announces. We need the Vraken to take on more roles, specifically in human recruitment. You will be beneath Seline, who has a detailed plan and will guide you through the recruitment process. She continues on, adding a few more roles that need to be filled and what each will entail, but I'm having a hard time focusing on any of it. I'm still staring at Raziel. It's like the elder has been made again as he looks down at his tiny blood bag. It makes no sense to me what she did to him. Is her blood poison muddling his brain? It's the only conclusion I can draw for why someone of his role and prestige would lower themselves to mate with our prey. What stumps me is that she has remained human. I understand that it is for the role in the council, the only reason she is still alive. But what is the point in him choosing to tie himself to a rapidly aging, weak creature that might last a few decades? Now that he's been mated, he can never be with anyone else, even after she's gone, which will be in the blink of an eye for most of us. I've always been envious and enraged by Raziel. He holds so much power, and seemingly a lot of sway with our matriarch, and he squanders it. There are many of us like me who deserve that power, who deserve to turn heads every time they enter the room. Maybe he once was great, but I don't believe that Raziel has deserved the kind of reverence he's received for some time now. Here, on the surface, there is an opportunity, though. New roles are being given, and there are so many chances for me to finally carve out a name for myself. I've already started, being one of the first to ascend to the above-ground base. In the caves, I always felt inferior. I was another faceless scout for the council, sent to summon Vraken for them. I felt that many looked down on me because I do not have wings, and they believe it makes me less powerful. But the council chose me to come above ground over some of those winged savages, so who are the powerless ones now? I was never stupid enough to believe them anyway. Wings don't give a Vraken power, nor do they make anyone smarter or better. Even without wings, I've always been more clever than most. I'm a better fighter, more agile, with better tactics since I learned to hone the skill. I know more about magic and our history than half of our coven, and I've never let myself get lazy like those with the wings. I've worked for everything I have. I know that with all that I've done, I would be a better leader than half the underground council. In time, I will draw the matriarch's eye and gain myself a better name, a stronger reputation. It all starts here. The rest of the day will be spent assigning these roles, Brenda announces. We will dismiss, and for the role you'd like to submit your name for, find the supervisor of the division so we can start the process of vetting candidates and making final decisions. Yes, I will make a name for myself here. It is time I harness some of the power that I deserve. My eyes narrow in again on the elder as he leans down to kiss his worthless mate. I have to suppress a snarl as the crowd moves around them. How can they act like that? Anger flicks up inside me as they part, going to their individual supervisor areas. The human has more power than I, and it is time to right that. I stand, lifting my head high, and I know that it is time to take what has always been mine.
Thank you so much for listening to Bloodlord. If you enjoyed this book and would like to support the channel and keep up on the latest audiobooks, subscribe down below. Thanks again, and see you at the next one. Let me know what you think of the book down in the comments below.